Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Lucas by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Chapter 1. Benjamin. "So, how's the motorcycle coming?" Rich asked, tossing me a beer and taking a seat on my couch. "It isn't. I should have just let Mom sell it. I don't know what I was thinking." "You were thinking that your dad loved that bike and you wanted to finish it for him." "It was sentimental and dumb. I don't know anything about motorcycles. I ordered a couple of books that I thought would help, but it's like learning another language, and I already speak 3. I don't want to add a 4th, I grumbled. "I hear you. You know, I can design a building from the ground up, but I can't make heads or tails of that thing. Not that you would know I can design a building, since all I do all day is look up building codes and work on models from other people's designs. That will all change next year when you take your exams, though, right? When you have your license. Maybe. I don't know. I've been there 2 years now. You'd think they'd have realized I know what I'm doing, but no. Anytime I have an idea, they totally blow me off. I'm nothing but an overpaid gopher. It's stupid." "Isn't that basically what a paid intern is, Benjamin?" "Yes, but I'm tired of it. I didn't graduate from one of the top architectural schools in the nation with honors, so I could spend my days looking up building codes and preparing other people's designs in CAD." I shook my head and dropped down on the couch next to Rich. "Sorry. I know you're probably tired of hearing me bitch about my job." "It's okay. That's why they call it work instead of play, right? Speaking of play, what about this weekend? Are you game to go with us? We're going to Club Verde." "You and Michael? No, I'm not about to spend my weekend as a third wheel." I put up my hand, stopping him before he could start talking. "And I know you two don't feel that way, and I'm welcome to come, but I feel that way, so I think I'm going to pass." Rich and Michael had been together since college, and they were total relationship goals. Something I tried not to be envious of, but failed miserably. "You can't just sit at home and do nothing all the time. Ever since you and Peter the Peckerface broke up, you haven't been going out or doing anything fun. Next thing we know, you'll have 20 cats and a coffee mug that says Crazy Cat Lady." "And why would I have a mug that says Crazy Cat Lady?" "Because I would buy it for you, obviously." He rolled his eyes in an exaggerated fashion, making me laugh. "Seriously, though, I'm planning to work on the motorcycle this weekend. I think I'm ready." "Which is great, and you should, but that doesn't mean you can't come with us. The Daddy Boy meet and greet is this Saturday." "And why are you two going?" "So we can drag your ass down there. Why else?" I sat on the garage floor, a motorcycle repair manual beside me, and a box of parts and pieces in front of me. I'd never been a car guy. I'd never cared what the various parts of the engine did or how it all went together, but I hadn't expected it to be hard. I picked up another thing that I had no idea what it was and compared it to the pictures in the manual. From one angle, it looked like the part I wanted, but the side wasn't quite the same. Damn it. My phone vibrated on the floor next to me. I glanced down and saw a call from my mother. I put down the pieces and reached for the phone. I needed a break. I wasn't getting anywhere, but frustrated anyway. "Hey, Mom. How are you doing?" "I'm good, Benjamin. I'm about to go to a class on herbs at the library. I'm thinking maybe I'll do a kitchen garden." "That sounds great, Mom. If you need any help, just let me know." "I will, sweetie. But that isn't why I was calling. I got a letter this morning from Vaughn's custom cycle shop about the motorcycle." "You know I don't want to sell it, Mom." I glanced over at the motorcycle sitting in my garage. Hell, maybe I should sell it. I didn't even know how to start the thing, much less how to ride it. "They aren't wanting to buy it, dear, although they probably would if you asked. Your father had ordered a custom exhaust from them. I gave them a call, and according to the nice man on the phone, it arrived shortly after your father passed. But when he tried the number he had on file, it was already shut off. He put it in their storeroom intending to contact someone. Then when he was cleaning out the parts, he came across it again and decided to try to track someone down. He managed to get my address and sent the letter. I thought you might need it for your project." I looked over at the bike, and while I might not know much, I did know enough to see that it had an exhaust system already on it. "I don't know, Mom. It could be a scam of some kind. The motorcycle already has one." "You know your father was always swapping stuff out on that motorcycle. Besides, how much we owed on it was the first thing I asked, and he said nothing, that your father paid for it when he ordered it. He even offered to refund me the money if I didn't still have the motorcycle. He said it was no big deal. He would just use it on one of his custom builds." "Oh, well, that was nice of him." "It was. I told him you had the motorcycle, and I'd leave it up to you. I'll text you his number." I knew I needed help, and someone my father had trusted seemed like a good place to start. I pushed to my feet. I was done for today. Not only did I have no clue what I was doing, but I needed to get ready to go out with Rich and Michael. He was right. I hadn't been out since Peter and I ended things. I needed to go and have some fun. Lucas. I walked into Big O's, the bar my friend Owen owned, and looked around for the guys. Ryder, Max, and Cooper were already sitting in our normal spot at the end of the bar. "Hey, guys," I said, taking a seat. "Lucas, what's up?" Ryder asked. "Not much. How about you? How are Brennan and Frisco doing?" He smiled at the mention of his boy and their dog. "Same for me. And Brennan is great, driving me crazy with ideas for how to grow my business. I had to hire an entire crew last week to keep up with all the jobs he's generated." I clasped my hand on his shoulder and grinned at him. "I'm happy for you, man." "Want a beer?" the bartender Josh asked. I nodded at him and took a seat next to Cooper. "How about you, Coop? How was your week?" "Busy, but good. Nothing new. Are we still on for this weekend?" "Yeah, I don't know about you, but I need to blow off some serious steam." He and I had made plans earlier on in the week to go to Club Verde. Once a month, they hosted a daddy-boy meet and greet, and this was the weekend. "Good. I was hoping you were still in. I hate going to those things alone." Josh handed me my beer, and I took a long swig. "No, I'm still in. I keep thinking I shouldn't because we have a bike we have to get done, but seriously, I need a break, man." "You sound like me not long ago, remember? And I ended up hiring Brennan. Best thing I ever did," Ryder said. "That turned out good for you," I agreed. "But I'm not likely to find a custom bike builder hanging around the local home improvement store. Besides, I'm looking for someone to build bikes, not warm my bed." "I wasn't looking for that either, but believe me, I'm not complaining." "I was thinking about how you said you were missing jobs just this morning. I had to turn down another custom job today. They wanted it in time for the annual river run, and I just couldn't fit it in." "That's months away," Cooper said. "Yeah, but custom builds take time, and I'm booked solid. I don't really have room for a fourth guy, though. I think I'm going to have to make some decisions about the shop. I might need to consider expanding, but I'm not sure if that's what I want." "Sounds like you have decisions to make for sure," Max said. "I do. Speaking of which, tell Travis I'll be in touch. I want to go over the tax implications of expanding. I need to start looking at my options." Max's boy Travis was an accountant, and he handled the finances for most of our businesses. "I'll let him know. Speaking of Travis, he ought to be home soon. I think he and Brennan were just going to catch a movie tonight." Ryder glanced at his watch. "Yeah, it's later than I thought. I should get going too. You guys have fun Saturday night." Saturday night, Cooper met me at my shop, and we headed over to Club Verde. It was packed, as it always was on special event nights. We went inside and headed to the bar for a drink, then we both turned around to get a look at who was there. Cooper and I had very different tastes in boys, which made sense because we were very different daddies. That was one of the things people not in the lifestyle had the hardest time understanding. Daddy-boy relationships were just as different as the men involved, and there was no one way it worked. I preferred boys who were sweet and in need of someone to take care of them, while Cooper liked a challenge and loved the bratty boys. He was looking for a full-time boy, and good for him. Personally, I didn't have the time or the energy for that. We hadn't been there long before a young little thing made his way over and pushed his way right between us to get to the bar without so much as an excuse me and ordered another drink. I knew the owner of the club. He was a motorcycle enthusiast, and I'd worked on a couple of bikes for him, which meant I knew he ran his club above board and would never let underage boys come to play. However, if I didn't know that, I would have sworn this kid was no more than 16. "Sean," Cooper said firmly, raising one eyebrow at him. "Oh, sorry," the boy said, sounding anything but. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "It's a little early in the night for you to be itching for a spanking, don't you think?" The impertinent little shit ran his finger down Cooper's chest and grinned. "I don't know. Is it really ever too early? I'm going back over to my friends. You know where to find me." "You know him?" I asked. "Yeah, I do. He's a lot of fun, but he'll have to find someone else tonight. I'm not interested." "In him or in anyone?" I asked. "Not sure. What about you? That guy over there in the corner looks like your type." I looked to see where he was pointing, and he wasn't wrong. He'd nailed what I liked physically. The boy was on the smaller side, with dark hair and a sweet smile. "Maybe. He is cute." He was talking to a couple that he seemed to be friends with. He looked up, and our eyes caught. For just a minute, I thought maybe Cooper had been right, and he was exactly what I was looking for. But then another man joined the group, placing his hand on his back possessively. The new guy gave me a look that said the cute young guy belonged to him and I should back off. Then he leaned down and whispered something in his ear. I'd seen enough and turned to Cooper. "Oh well, guess not." "That's okay, man. The night is young," he said with a grin. "Let's go see what's going on out on the patio." Chapter 2. Benjamin. We hadn't been at the club long, but I already wanted to go home. I'd enjoyed going out as a couple when things were good between me and Peter, but he had never been interested in going to events like this. I glanced at my watch to see how long we'd been here, wondering how long I had to stay before I could leave without Rich being disappointed in me for not even trying. I decided I'd stay for 1 more hour, tops. Not a minute longer, when I looked up to see the most stunning man watching me. He had dark, wavy brown hair that was just a little too long, like he was overdue for a haircut, and a short beard that had been trimmed into a neat goatee. I usually found the whole goatee thing to be a douche look. Of course, that may have been because Peter had worn one, and I associated most things that reminded me of Peter with being a douche. But on this guy, it looked good. I hadn't met anyone who really interested me in months, but I had to admit I found him tempting. He put off these vibes that said he would be a firm but fair daddy, and that was so my type. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and for just a second, I thought maybe I had a chance with him, when I felt a hand press into the small of my back, surprising me and causing me to gasp. A familiar scent that made me want to throw up flooded my nose. "Hey there," my ex whispered in my ear. I exhaled slowly and turned to face him. "Peter, what are you doing here? Don't you already have a boy at home waiting for you?" "Simon is out of town this weekend." "Of course he is," I said, my voice dripping with bitterness. I didn't want to feel bitter. I didn't want to feel anything at all where this man was concerned. And I managed that for the most part, but seeing him here on Daddy Night, knowing he was looking to do the same thing to Simon that he did to me, made me sick. Luckily, I hadn't come here alone, and Michael shifted his position to put himself between me and Peter. "You just need to move on," Michael said, glaring at him. Peter didn't back down easily, but at 6'4" and 250 pounds, Michael could be intimidating when he wanted to be. Peter shrugged like he wasn't bothered at all, but we all knew better. "Whatever. Plenty of ass here tonight anyway. No need for me to mess with leftovers." He is such a nasty piece of shit, Rich mumbled. That he is, I agreed. I watched him walk away, shaking my head. I don't understand how I let him fool me for so long, and I feel really bad for Simon. He's a sweet kid. I looked back over to the bar where the daddy from earlier had been sitting and saw that he was gone. Stupid fucking Peter. You know what? I think I'll just go home. The last thing I want to do is hang around here and watch while Peter cheats on the guy he left me for. Lucas. I was busy working on a bike that I was building for the CEO of a new startup. They were taking their company public, and for some reason he'd decided that he wanted to ride in on a new custom-built motorcycle to make the announcement. I did okay for myself here at the shop. All right, better than okay. I actually made more money than I ever dreamed. But I didn't make ride in on a $100,000 chopper just 'cause I can money. Not that I was complaining, it just seemed like a waste since the guy doesn't even ride. He'd hired Stan, one of the guys who works for me, to teach him how to ride so he could make the entrance without making an ass of himself. I didn't think I would ever understand rich people. I just reached a decent stopping point when Craig stuck his head in the garage area. Hey, boss man, you got someone here asking for you. Something about a muffler you called his mom about. Right. Remember Kevin Harper? Oh, yeah, good guy, Craig said. He was. That's his son. I finally got a hold of his widow about those exhausts we'd ordered for his bike. Tell him I'll be right up. I just want to clean up my hands first. I'd felt horrible when I came across the stuff Kevin had ordered in the storeroom the other day. It was something I should have taken care of months ago, and I'd meant to. Kevin had placed the order not long before he'd passed away, and when it arrived, the only number I had for him had already been turned off. I'd been on a crazy deadline to finish a bike at the time, and I'd intended to track her down as soon as I was finished, but I forgot all about it. Not that that was an excuse. Once I got off my ass and did it, it hadn't been that hard to find contact information for her. I went into the storeroom and got the box it was in and brought it to the front. I'd offered to refund the purchase price if she didn't want the part. Hell, for all I knew, she'd sold the bike. But it seemed her son had it, so she left the choice up to him. I figured it would be best to let him see what his father had ordered, and then he could decide. I hurried into the lobby where customers waited and set the box on the counter. I'd never met Kevin's son, and I was expecting a large, burly redhead like he'd been, but when I looked up, what I found sucked the air right out of my lungs. It was him, the boy from the club the other night, and he was even more perfect than I'd remembered. He couldn't have been but maybe 5'5" at the tallest, and those hazel eyes that were a perfect mix of green and amber were stunning up close. Benjamin, I asked. Oh, yeah, my mom said you contacted her about some parts you had for my pop's bike. I did. Sorry, you just weren't at all what I was expecting. He smiled and laughed. I get that a lot. When your dad looks like a Viking, no one expects a hobbit. He smiled. Not a hobbit? Maybe a sprite or a pixie, I teased back. But then remembered myself and got on with what he was there for. It didn't matter how perfect I thought he was. He'd been with someone else the other night, and I didn't poach. Ever. Listen, I owe you an apology. As I explained to your mother, I should have gotten in touch about this much sooner. This wasn't a cheap system at all, and I have no excuse for letting it just sit there like that. How expensive? He asked. It was almost $900, I said. Wow. I had no idea those things could even be that much, he said, eyes wide. Like I told your mother, I can refund the money and use it on one of my other bikes. It's a top-of-the-line product. I don't honestly know what the best thing to do is. I have the bike in my garage, and I want to finish what my pop started, but I don't know anything about motorcycles. Do I need this? He asked, waving at the box on the counter. You don't, but it would look nice on the bike. How far along are you on the project? Not far at all. I just know my pop loved that bike, and I wanted to finish it, but I'm not even sure what it needs. What I wanted to do was to offer to look at it. Kevin had talked a lot about his plans for the bike, but I'd never seen it. But considering how attracted I was to Benjamin Harper, that was a really bad idea. I tell you what, how about we do this? I'll put this back on the shelf in the storage room and leave the offer open. You can take some time making up your mind, and then if you want to use it, you can come pick it up. If you want me to refund the money, you just let me know. It isn't hurting anything here in my storeroom. I can give you the name of a few people you could call, and they can help you figure out what you need to do to get it finished up. Benjamin. I almost swallowed my tongue when the handsome daddy from the other night wandered out of the back carrying that box. And I'd been right when I said he looked kind, because it was super nice of him to offer to hold on to the part until I knew what I wanted to do with it. For just a minute there, when I told him I didn't know what the bike needed, I thought maybe he would offer to help. But instead, he offered to give me names of other people who could. I'd really thought he'd felt the same connection I had the other night. But that was silly. We never even had a chance to talk before he disappeared and I left. I was careful to mask my disappointment and thanked him for both holding on to the part and for offering the names. I told him when I was ready that I would get in touch. Not that I intended to do any such thing. Lucas Vaughn was a little too close to my every fantasy for me to trust myself not to make a fool of myself in front of him. It was bad enough I'd already admitted that I had no idea how to fix a motorcycle. Besides, I was a smart guy. I could figure it out. There were plenty of videos available online that showed how to work on motorcycles. I'd be okay on my own. Chapter 3. Benjamin. I was so not okay on my own. I'd spent the last 2 weekends watching videos on how to build motorcycles and how they work. I'd always been a fast learner, but for some reason, this was like someone was speaking in a foreign language and none of it was making sense. After talking to my mother, she assured me that the motorcycle ran before he died, so I decided that was where I would start. I mean, I might not know much about the various parts, but it couldn't be that hard to start a motorcycle, right? Wrong. This wasn't some new bike where all you had to do was turn on the key and push a button to start it up. This was older than I was, and you had to kick-start it. I spent most of the day trying to get it going. I'd seen enough videos to know I was supposed to push down the lever with my foot and turn the thing on the handlebar to rev up the engine. But it seemed like no matter how many times I tickled the engine, which was what the video I watched said I should do, or how hard I pushed down on the lever, I couldn't get it to start. I watched 3 more videos, all of which said the same thing. Turn the gas on, tickle the engine, then kick-start the bike. But it just wasn't working. Hell, if I couldn't even start the bike, how was I going to do this? I couldn't figure this out. I needed some help. I grabbed my phone and looked up the number for Lucas's shop. He might not have offered to help, but at least I could take him up on his offer to give me some names. I didn't know if he would even be there since it was a Saturday, but I could leave him a message to call me back. As the phone rang, my heart rate picked up speed at the thought of possibly talking to Lucas again. Vaughn's Custom Cycles. How can I help you? Yes. Could I speak with Lucas Vaughn, please? Sure thing. Can I tell him who's calling? He probably didn't even remember who I was, but I gave them my name and waited. Lucas. I was sitting at my desk trying to work out a design for a bike when Wendy stuck her head in the door. I didn't like to be disturbed when I was at my drafting table, and today was no exception. Something about what I had was off, but I couldn't put my finger on what, and I was starting to get frustrated. What? I asked, more sharply than I intended. Sorry, Lucas. There's a Benjamin Harper on the phone asking to talk with you. I can tell him you're busy. No, wait, I'll take it. I'd hoped I would hear back from him. From the second he walked out the door the other day, I'd regretted letting him go, and more than once I'd thought about checking on him. The fact that he was involved with someone was no reason for me to be a jerk and not help where I could. I picked up the phone and forced myself to smile. I'd always read that people could hear a smile over the phone, and I'd much rather come across as a decent guy than a jerk. "Benjamin, nice to hear from you. How are things going with the bike?" "Not good. I called to see if I could get those names you told me about." "Sure. Or maybe I can help. Are you just wanting someone to take a look and let you know what your father's plan was?" "No, I don't think I'm even that far into the process at this point. My mom tells me that he used to start it up sometimes just to listen to the engine, but I can't get the thing to start. I've tried, but it just won't." "Those older bikes can be a bit temperamental, especially if they haven't been started in a while. Why don't you let me run by and take a look at it?" "Are you sure?" No, I wasn't sure at all. It had been a long time since someone had caught my attention the way he had the other night, and I hadn't even spoken to him. So I was thinking going over there wasn't the best idea I'd ever had, but I couldn't say that. "I'm positive. It won't take me but a second. I might not be able to fix it that fast, but I should be able to at least let you know if it is a minor problem or a major one." "If you're sure you don't mind," he said. "Benjamin, I wouldn't have offered if I minded." "Okay. When would you want to come by?" "How about today? I have a couple more hours of work to do here, and then I could swing by." Okay, that will work. Let me give you my address. I'm not too far from your shop." Chapter 4. Benjamin. Oh my God, the hot daddy from the club was coming by my house. At the club that night, he'd had on black jeans and a black t-shirt that was stretched across his chest, showing off every single muscle. And I thought he was insanely hot dressed that way. Then, when I went into his motorcycle shop that day, he wore a pair of oil-stained coveralls, which should have dialed down his hotness level, but instead all it did was amp it up. He'd looked rugged and capable, like he could fix shit. I didn't realize that did it for me, but the image of him stripping off those coveralls had played out in more than one of my fantasies over the last week or so. I couldn't wait to see what he looked like today. I rushed around the garage cleaning up the mess I'd made, and then went inside to take a quick shower. He might look hot as fuck, all dirty and greasy, but I did not. I chose a pair of jeans that I thought made my ass look good, and a graphic t-shirt, styled my hair, and then stepped back and took a good look in the mirror. I was going for a laid-back, just hanging around the house look, and I thought I'd achieved it. I went out to the garage, opened the door so he could find me easily. I dragged the toolbox over near the bike and got out a few tools so I could try to look busy. A few minutes later, I heard the roar of a motorcycle coming up the road, because of course he rode a motorcycle. He owned a motorcycle shop, duh. The bike he drove in on looked nothing like the one sitting in front of me. It looked like the kind you would expect a hardcore motorcycle club member to ride, and in his leather jacket, he looked the part. He parked in the driveway and casually swung his leg over the seat. I watched as he removed his helmet and gloves, leaving them on the motorcycle. Shit, who needed porn? I could just sit and watch Lucas Vaughn get on and off his motorcycle, and I was good. He turned and started towards me, and my breath caught. I swear, the way he moved, it was like he was on a mission. "That's some motorcycle you have there," I said. "Yeah, it's a beauty. It isn't mine, though. It's a customer's bike. I just finished up on it, and I needed to take it out and see how it sounded. This seemed like a good chance to do that." "Oh," I said, disappointed that the image I had of him as a biker wasn't real. "You don't ride a motorcycle normally?" "I do, just not this one. Now let's take a look at what you have here. Your father talked about it a lot, but I've never seen it." He walked over to the motorcycle and ran his hands over the seat like it was something special. "What are you planning to do with it?" "Do with it?" "Yeah. I mean, are you fixing it up to sell or to ride?" "I don't know. I really haven't given it much thought. I just wanted to finish what my pop started, you know? For him." "I think that's nice. Do you have a motorcycle license?" My face flushed and I shook my head. "I've actually never even been on one." He nodded like that was the answer he expected. "Before I leave today, I'll give you the name of a friend of mine. He runs a motorcycle school here in town. He has loaner bikes you can use for the class, and he has an enclosed track where you can practice. You'll want to go ahead and do that. Driving a motorcycle isn't like driving a car. Riding is fun, but you need to do it safely. I needed him to look at the motorcycle, so I tried not to roll my eyes. I was a grown-ass man. I didn't need him coming over here and giving me a safety lecture. I'll look into it, but like I said, I don't know what I plan to do with it once I get it fixed up yet. More importantly, I don't even know what all it needs. Well, let's take a look and see where we are. He went through the same steps I'd gone through from watching the video, but it didn't start for him either. He kneeled beside the bike and tinkered with the engine for a minute. Then he stood back up and tried again, and it started right up. Okay, got you started, but it sounds a little rough. From what you told me, I'm guessing you don't know a lot about engines, so you'll probably need to get it looked at, have a mechanic do a good tune-up. Okay, I can do that. You need to decide what your goal is here, because how much you do to it will depend on that. Your father had already done most of the groundwork, getting it to a place where it runs. If that's the goal, that tune-up would be enough to get it roadworthy, and then you can either keep it or sell it. The way my dad talked about this bike, though, I don't think that was all he had planned. It wasn't. He was planning a full restoration, but that was because he loved the motorcycle. That's a lot of time and money for you to invest when motorcycles aren't your thing. What does a full restoration mean? I asked. I really wasn't sure I wanted to go there, but couldn't decide if I didn't know what all needed to be done. Lucas. I forced myself to focus on the motorcycle in front of me and not the gorgeous boy standing there close enough to touch. He isn't mine, I reminded myself for at least the 10th time since I arrived. He's a customer, and that's it. If you wanted to fully restore the bike, it would need a new seat, a new paint job, and normally the engine would need to be checked and possibly rebuilt. But I know from talking to your father that he rebuilt the engine himself, so you're probably good there. Just a tune-up should take care of it. And the exhaust my dad ordered from you? Totally optional, although it would look great. He looked at the motorcycle appraisingly and began to move around it. I think I probably don't see it the way you and my dad did. To me, it just looks like an old motorcycle. I can't imagine it's worth the money to do all that. Maybe I should just sell it. You could do that if you wanted to. I could give you the names of a couple guys who might be interested, but it would be worth more if you at least did the paint job. It's totally up to you, depending on what you want to do and how much money you want to put into it. Why don't you think on it for a couple of weeks? I can make some calls for you and get you some estimates for the work that needs to be done so you'll know what you're dealing with. Not that I had time to waste calling around to get estimates for someone else, but if he didn't know what needed to be done, how would he get a proper estimate? Thank you, Lucas. That's really nice of you. No problem. We stood there for a minute in silence when I finally blurted out, "Do you go to Club Verde often?" He tilted his head and looked at me like he was trying to decide what to say. No, the clubs aren't really my thing. Then he bit his lip and shrugged. But I like to go to Verde when they have the daddy boy meet and greets. Those are fun. They can be, yeah. He hadn't once mentioned the tall guy who'd been wrapped around him possessively at the club. No casual references to his boyfriend or partner. Nothing. But there was no mistaking the look the guy had sent me at the club. He had been very clearly letting me know that Benjamin was his. Finally, I decided fuck it. I wanted to know. I'm surprised your boyfriend isn't helping you with some of this. I motioned towards the bike. My boyfriend? He looked confused. Yeah, tall, dark-haired guy that was wrapped around you like an octopus at the club. Wrapped around... He froze as he realized what I was talking about. That was not my boyfriend. That was my ex, and he was only wrapped around me like an octopus for as long as it took for my friends to get rid of him. He wasn't acting like an ex. He's been a little slow to get the message, he said. Which is really funny, since he's the one who dumped me. Is he harassing you? Are you safe? It's nothing like that. For the most part, he leaves me alone. He only bothers me when he drinks and when the new boy is out of town. Usually it's just stupid texts asking if we can hook up and shit like that. I'm fine, honest. Was he your daddy? I asked. It wasn't an unreasonable question, since they were both there for the meet and greet. Plus, that might explain the man's possessive behavior. But Benjamin shook his head. Not really, he answered me quietly. It's complicated. I dug my card out of my wallet and handed it to him. This is my card. The second number on there is my cell. You call me if he's bothering you. Anytime. Thanks, but honestly, he isn't dangerous or anything, he said. But I wasn't as sure. The look he'd given me in the club showed that he was more possessive than an ex should be. Okay, but still, keep my card where you can get it, or better yet, put my cell number in your phone just in case. I need to get going, but I'll give you a call when I have some hard numbers for you. I turned and walked back to my motorcycle. I put my gear back on and swung my leg over the seat. Then I tipped my head and rode away. I wanted him, no doubt about that. But I liked things simple and easy, and boys who described their previous relationship as complicated weren't simple or easy. Chapter 5. Benjamin. I'd never wanted to be one of those people who watched the clock and waited for the weekend, but the last few months, that's exactly what I'd been doing. Our company had received the contract to design a new art center downtown, and while I was thrilled that I'd been selected to work on the project, Stephen, the lead on the project, had made it clear what my role was. I was basically there to do the shit work as they designed the building, and while I knew that was the way things worked, 4 years was a long time to be the right-hand man instead of sharing your own ideas and visions. I just had to keep reminding myself that it would all be worth it in the end. I wouldn't be an intern forever. Some days I regretted my decision to go with Wincroft and Franklin instead of a smaller firm, because I knew I would have more responsibility if I had. But Wincroft and Franklin was considered one of the best in the country, and I knew that in the long run, this was a place I could make my mark. I was so ready for the upcoming 3-day weekend that I took off at noon on Friday, claiming I wasn't feeling well. In the 2 years that I'd worked there, I'd never missed a day, so no one questioned me. I debated going to Club Verde, but I didn't have anyone to go with me, and I didn't want to risk going alone and running into Peter. Instead, I settled for ordering a pizza and watching a movie alone. I woke up Saturday and went to run errands, like getting my hair cut and a little shopping. With that done, I really had no idea what I was going to do with the rest of my long weekend. I pulled into the garage and parked the car, debating what to do next. Rich and Michael were going out of town, so I couldn't hang out with them. I could find something to do around the house. Or maybe I'd find some series on Netflix to binge-watch. I needed to get a hobby like my father had had with his motorcycle. Something to do besides work and watch television. I got out of the car and walked over to the motorcycle, looking it over. I tried to see whatever it was that both my father and Lucas saw in the machine, but I just didn't get it. I still wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it. It was the one thing I had that had meant something to my dad, and I hated to get rid of it. I tried to convince Rich that he and I could do the tune-up together. He wasn't as clueless as I was where cars were concerned. He even changed his own oil instead of taking it to a mechanic. I figured I could bribe him with a six-pack and get him to come over and lend me a hand, but he'd said he didn't know anything about motorcycles, so I was back to having a professional do it. I ran my hand over the seat and remembered my dad saying that there was nothing in the world like going for a ride to clear his head after a hard week. I swung my leg over and sat on the seat, hands on the handlebars, and tried to imagine riding down the road. I turned the key to the on position and, just out of curiosity, tried to start the bike. To my surprise, it roared to life. Looked like whatever Lucas had done the other day did the trick. I revved the engine, and a tingle of excitement ran up my spine. If I could ride a bicycle, surely I could ride a motorcycle. It couldn't be that different, and I'd watched enough videos to have a good idea of what I was doing. I debated it for just a minute. Lucas did tell me I should take a class first, and he was right, of course, and I would before I took it out for a real ride, which wasn't what I was contemplating. All I wanted to do today was go on a short little trip around the block, just to decide if I even wanted to mess with the motorcycle. I killed the engine and hopped off, grabbing my father's helmet off the shelf. Then I got back on and started it up. Lucas. I'd spent the last week trying to decide what to do about Ben. I should have already called him with the names and numbers of some people who could work on the motorcycle for him, but I kept hesitating. I didn't have time to do it myself, but that was what I wanted to do. I was sure he'd regret it if he didn't finish the project for his father, and I wanted to be the one to help him get that closure. Friday night, I hung out at Big O's for a while and then went home alone. Technically, it was a 3-day weekend, and the shop was closed. I'd planned to go in on Saturday to try to get caught up on a few things, since I didn't have any other plans. But by the time I got dressed, I was already having second thoughts about spending another weekend working. So when Ryder called early that morning to see if I wanted to go for a ride with him and Max, I was all in. Besides, I had all weekend to work. It wouldn't hurt me to take a day. When they showed up alone, I was surprised. When we went on longer rides, it was usually just us, but on shorter ones like today, Travis and Brennan liked to join us. "Where are the boys?" I asked. "Spa day," Ryder said with a grin. "It's just us today." "Okay, let's hit the road then." We took the highway north out of town on our favorite route. We would take the long way around, then stop at our favorite barbecue place to eat and head back. Not a long ride, but just enough to give a good start to the weekend. Sure enough, it didn't take long for my head to clear and all my worries to fall away. It took us most of the morning to make our way around to the barbecue place, but the ride had been just what I needed. I ordered my usual and then took a seat at one of the picnic tables that sat outside. We sat there and chatted while we ate, but it wasn't long before it was time to head back. "It's a beautiful day, and the boys won't be done with their spa day for a while now. How about if we go back the way we came instead of heading straight home?" Ryder suggested. We'd meandered on the way here, but it was a straight shot back home and didn't take but about 30 minutes. I wasn't ready to go home yet, and was just about to agree when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, and I seriously thought about not answering, but decided I better answer just in case it was a customer. "Lucas Vaughn," I answered. "Lucas," a timid voice said. It's Ben. Ben Harper." "Oh, Ben. Hey, what can I do for you?" I asked him while lifting one finger to let the guys know I'd be a minute. "Well, do you have a trailer you can haul the motorcycle on?" "I do. Did you find someone to do the work on it?" So much for not giving him the names. It looked like he found someone on his own. I just hoped it was someone who knew what they were doing. "No," he answered, interrupting my thought. "I may have kind of wrecked the bike." "You were driving it?" I exclaimed. "Yeah. And you wrecked it?" "A little bit. That's like being a little bit pregnant, sugar. You either wrecked it or you didn't." "I did. Bad enough that I can't get it home." "Are you okay?" "Yeah. My arm hurts a little, and my legs are skinned up a bit, but I'm okay." "All right. Where are you?" "Not far from my house. I'm out for a ride, and I'm about 30 minutes away from my shop. I'll go by there and get my trailer. It'll probably take me 40 minutes to get there. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital, sugar?" "I'm sure. I wrecked in a ditch and landed on the grass." "Okay, I'll get there as quick as I can." I explained to the guys that I had to go pick up a wrecked bike and sent them on their way. Then I headed to the shop to get the trailer, the whole way thinking that I couldn't believe Benjamin had tried to ride that bike, and praising any god willing to listen that he was okay. I pulled into the shop, having made the 30-minute trip in just over 25 minutes. Another 5 minutes to hook up the trailer to the pickup I kept parked at the shop, and I was on my way to Ben. Chapter 6. Benjamin. The last thing I wanted to do was call Lucas for help, but I didn't know anyone else who would know what to do about the motorcycle. Once he said he was on his way, I sank back down on the grass beside the bike and sighed. He was coming, but he wasn't happy with me. I could tell that by the tone of his voice. I looked at the motorcycle crumpled and laying in the ditch. I didn't want to go to the hospital, but I may have underestimated how badly I was injured. My shoulder took the brunt of my landing, and it hurt a considerable bit, enough that I couldn't use it to get the bike up, and there was no way I could do it one-handed. If Rich and Michael had been in town, I could have called them, and for just a split second I'd considered calling Peter. He would have come if he thought he had a chance of parlaying helping me into a night in my bed, but that wasn't happening. In the end, Lucas had been the only option, even though I knew that meant he was probably going to think I was an idiot. Not that he'd be wrong. I looked at the motorcycle again, trying to figure out how much damage I'd done. I'd been lucky, that was for sure. It could have been much worse. Shoot, if there had been a car in the left lane, I could be dead. I was close enough to walk to my house. I barely made it 3 blocks before I wrecked, but I was afraid if I left it here, it wouldn't be here when I came back. I rested my head on my knees and waited. At least there was limited traffic in this neighborhood, which meant I only had to explain to a few people that I was fine, and I was just waiting on someone to come pick up the motorcycle. I had been sitting there for what felt like forever, but had actually been about 30 minutes when my phone rang. "Where are you?" Lucas said curtly. Shit. He sounded angry. "If you go about 2 blocks past my house, you'll see me on the opposite side of the road," I answered, and he hung up without saying a word. I hadn't thought Lucas was anything like Peter, and I was disappointed to find out I was wrong. But at the same time, at least I found out before anything happened with us. I'd been kind of hoping that I'd get another shot with him, but now I knew better. I'd had my fill of assholes. A few minutes later, a truck hauling a small trailer pulled up in front of me. Lucas stepped out and glared at the motorcycle, then at me. I braced myself for what was to come. I was prepared to hear him yell at me and call me stupid. But what I wasn't prepared for was for him to drop down on his knees in front of me and run his hands up and down my body, checking for injuries. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked gently. "Yeah," I said, and then winced as he ran a hand up my arm and over my sore shoulder. "Does it hurt anywhere else?" "No, just my shoulder." "At least you were wearing that." He motioned at my father's old helmet sitting on the grass beside me. "Let me get the bike loaded up, and then I want to check you over." He reached up and cupped my cheek, lifting my face so that our eyes met. "That was foolish, Ben, but I'm glad you're okay." He let out a sigh, shaking his head and getting to his feet. I started to get up to help him, but he stopped me. "You stay put. I can manage this. I don't want you to hurt yourself any further." I nodded in agreement and sat back down, watching while he got the motorcycle up and maneuvered it into the trailer. He strode over to where I waited and held out a hand to help me up. I took it and let him pull me up so that I stood in front of him. "Your knees are all scraped up, but they aren't bleeding. I'm mostly worried about your shoulder." "It isn't that bad. I used to skateboard when I was a kid, and I took harder falls doing that, honest. Mostly I'm worried about the motorcycle." "I know the motorcycle has sentimental meaning to you, but there isn't any part of it that isn't replaceable. You, however, are irreplaceable, which means I don't care about the bike." I looked at him. This was not what I thought he was going to say at all, and I felt guilty for thinking he was like Peter for even a second. He walked with me to his truck and opened the door, waiting while I climbed in. Then he grabbed the seatbelt and stretched it across my chest and buckled it. My breath caught at the nearness of him, but he pulled back quickly. "Did I hurt you?" No, not at all, I assured him. He went around and got in the driver's seat and started up the truck. I want you to tell me exactly what happened, he said, as he drove to the end of the block and turned left. This isn't the way to my house. I'm not taking it to your house. I'm taking it to my shop. Lucas, you don't have to do that. If you can just help me get it to my house, I can find someone. Benjamin? I said I'm taking it to my shop, and I believe I also asked you a question. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Do you hear me? He was using his daddy tone on me, and I had to resist the urge to respond with, yes, Daddy. But he wasn't my daddy, so instead I just nodded and told him what happened. I was trying to decide if I wanted to keep the motorcycle or not, and I thought it would be a good idea if I tried to ride it. With no protective gear, in shorts and boat shoes? I nodded yes, and he continued. And before you took the rider's class I told you about. I wasn't planning on taking it for an actual ride. I was just going to go around the block to see if I thought it was even something I wanted to do. He inhaled deeply through his nose, and I could see he was using restraint and not saying what he wanted to say. He exhaled slowly. Okay, and it started out good. I put the motorcycle in gear just like the video said, and then I eased myself down the driveway and onto the road. It was easier than I expected. So instead of just going around the block, I decided to come down to the stop sign and circle back around, and that was when I messed up. I stopped at the stop sign, and once it was clear, I went to go to the right, and I turned the throttle, but instead of easing off the clutch, you popped it as you turned the throttle, and the bike took off, he finished. Yeah, I was holding on, but my feet had been on the ground because I was stopped, and suddenly I was shooting straight across the road, and the bike hit the ditch. It all happened so fast. He nodded but didn't say anything else for the rest of the ride to his shop. As soon as the truck came to a stop, he growled, "Don't move." I undid the seatbelt, but I didn't dare reach for the door. He got out and came around to my side, yanking the door open. He reached inside, pulling me out and into his arms. "You could have been killed." "I know," I whispered back. "I got lucky." "Damn right you did. Lucky no car was coming in the far lane, and you're lucky you aren't my boy, because I swear if you were, I would tan your sweet bottom for putting yourself in danger like that." "Not being your boy doesn't make me feel lucky," I whispered, leaning into him and letting the warmth of him soak into me. I'd never had anyone who cared about me enough to want to punish me, and right now, I would have given anything for him to be that someone. "Lucas." "What did you say?" I asked. Unless I was mistaken, he had just admitted he wished he was my boy. But instead of repeating it, he pulled back a little, and sounding sincere, said, "I'm sorry. I know it was foolish, and now I've ruined my father's motorcycle. Sugar, I can fix the bike. That's what I do. You don't worry about that. But from now on, if I tell you something that has to do with your safety, you're going to listen. Do you hear me?" He looked up at me hesitantly as he chewed his bottom lip, and all the blood in my body ran south. I'd had boys naked on their knees in front of me, and even they hadn't affected me the way Benjamin did. It shouldn't have surprised me, since I'd wanted him from the first time I laid eyes on him, but still, seeing him disheveled and full of regret didn't just turn me on. It tugged at my heart. I wanted to coddle him and tend to his wounds. I wanted to pull him into my lap and hold him until he fell asleep. Hell, he made me want to take the daddy part of daddydom to a whole new level. "Benjamin, I asked you a question. Did you hear me?" He looked at me for a second like he was trying to figure out what to say. Finally, he nodded and said, "Yes." "Yes, what, boy?" I growled. He sucked in a breath and I waited. It was up to him. He could say, "Yes, I hear you," or he could say what I really wanted to hear. But I wouldn't push him any further. "Yes, Daddy, I hear you." I leaned down and kissed his forehead. "Okay, sugar. Let me unhook the trailer, and then we can go get you cleaned up. I want to take a look at your shoulder." He watched while I unhooked the trailer. Then we got back in the truck and took off. There was no reason why I shouldn't take him to his house. He said he was fine. I glanced down at the helmet he'd had on and was grateful he'd at least been smart enough to wear it. I shook my head and let out a disgruntled huff. I drove down the road until it was time to turn off to his house, but instead of going right, I went left. "Where are we going?" he asked. "My house." "Your house?" "Yes, my house. Do you have a problem with that?" He looked at me like he was trying to figure out if he had made a major miscalculation, and I knew I was messing this up. I made a point to soften my voice. "Sugar, you wrecked a motorcycle today. I know you say you're okay, but I would really feel better if you let me take care of you for a bit. I'll try not to be so grumpy. I just keep thinking about how much worse it could have been." "Okay. Your house will be fine. But I really am okay. And I know it could have been much worse. It was impulsive, and I shouldn't have done it." I nodded in agreement. "It was. Is that something you do often? Because I wasn't joking about the spanking, so you know. I won't stand for you putting yourself in danger." "Actually, I'm usually the opposite of impulsive. I'm not sure what got into me. So spankings won't be necessary. Not for punishment, anyway," he said in a teasing voice. "Don't get cheeky with me, boy. I can always find other ways to punish you if I need to." He shook his head. "Nope. I'll be good, Daddy, honest." But the twinkle in his eye as he said it told me we were going to be in for some fun. Chapter 7. Benjamin. He led me into the house and parked me at a bar stool in his kitchen. "Don't move. I'll be right back." I looked around, taking in my surroundings. The house had an open floor plan, so I could see most of the living room and dining room, and it was clean, but there was nothing in it that told me anything about who Lucas was. I wanted to look around and see if any of the other rooms would have any more personal stuff, but I didn't want to leave the stool. The last thing I wanted to do was to start off on the wrong foot by not following his order after I just told him I could be good. And make no mistake about it, that was an order. When he came back in the room to find me right where he'd left me, and smiled at me in a way that told me he was pleased, I was glad I didn't move. He set some supplies up on the counter beside us. Reaching down, he lifted my lower legs straight out so he could get a good look at my knees. "These are going to be sore for a few days." He used a wet cloth to clean both knees. Then he carefully rubbed an antiseptic cream on them and covered them with a bandage. "Okay. Where else?" "My elbow and my shoulder on this arm," I said, holding up my elbow. "But that's all." I watched in awe as he repeated the process on my elbow. In all my life, I couldn't remember anyone ever taking care of me like this. I was sure someone had. My mother, maybe, but that would have been when I was really little. "Okay, let's get this shirt off so I can get a look at your shoulder." He grabbed the hem of my shirt and lifted. I raised my arm, trying not to wince, but I could tell that he caught it. He carefully lifted it over my head and laid it on the counter. "I want you to tell me if this hurts." He placed one hand over my shoulder joint and moved the arm, watching my face the whole time. It didn't hurt until he lifted it in front of me. "Right there. Not too bad, just sore." "Good boy," he said, rubbing the shoulder. "I think it's just a little banged up. Are you allergic to any medications?" "No, none that I know of." He got a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water from the door of the fridge. He handed me a couple of pills and the water. "Take these. They'll help with the inflammation." I did as he said, and then looked up at him. "Thank you for today, for coming to get me and for taking care of me." He cupped my cheek and smiled down at me. "It's my pleasure. I think we have a lot to talk about. But first, did you have any lunch?" "No, but I had a late breakfast." Baby boy, it's mid-afternoon. You need to eat. Come in here and get comfortable. I'll fix you something." He led me to the living room. "Have a seat on the couch. The remote is on the end table. I'll warm you up something to eat." I watched him go into the kitchen and then flopped back on the couch. I wasn't injured enough to sit here and do nothing, but I didn't think he was going to buy that. He seemed determined to take care of me, and I wouldn't lie, I didn't hate the idea. I picked up the remote, turned on the television, and flipped through the channels. I knew I was just picking a television show to watch, but for some reason it felt like a test. Like he would judge me based on what I chose. I could have picked a ball game, but that would bore me to death. An action movie? Or did choosing a movie make it sound like I thought I would be staying a while? Maybe something that seemed intelligent and thoughtful, so I'd seem smart. Or a cartoon, so I'd seem young and fun. I was just about to give up when I saw my favorite cooking competition show was on. It was an older episode, and I'd seen the whole season when it first aired, but before I knew it, I was sucked right in. "I love this show," Lucas said from behind me. I turned to look at him. "The food is ready. I just wanted to see what you wanted to drink. I have water, soda, or beer." "A beer would be great." He came back in a minute later, carrying 2 beers and a plate of food. "It's not much, just some leftover chicken from last night." "I'm sure it's great. Thank you." He set my beer and the plate in front of me and then sat down on the couch with me. "Do you like to cook?" he asked, nodding towards the television. "I don't know. I never really do. But shows like this make me want to try." "I don't cook very often either. I mostly pick up stuff that's already made. I used to eat out a lot, but then the grocery store started carrying these pre-made meals that you can buy and just heat up. I've convinced myself they're healthier than takeout. What you're eating is what I had left from one of those." He shrugged. "It's pretty good." I took another bite, and it really wasn't bad. "You said we needed to talk?" "I did. But let's finish the show while you eat, and then we can talk." Chapter 8. Lucas. I watched him eat while he watched the television show. He was really a beautiful young man, and I wondered why he didn't already have a daddy. He'd captivated me that first night, and I was pretty sure I wasn't the only one whose attention he had drawn. Oh man, I remember this episode. This is the one where that guy goes home. I was kind of hoping he would make it to the end. Yeah, I was too. But like they always say, you're only as good as your last bake. Here, let me take your plate if you're done. I really am fine. I could take my plate to the kitchen. I just looked at him and held out my hand for the dish. He handed it over and I carried it to the sink. When everything was all straightened up, I took a seat on the couch beside him and reached for the remote to turn off the television. "Why don't we start with you telling me about the guy at the club? I didn't recognize him, and I know most of the daddies who go to Club Verde." Peter never liked the club. I don't know what he was doing there that night. Looking for you is my guess. Maybe. I honestly don't know what his deal is. He has a boy. What happened between you two? Knowing that will help me understand what you're looking for. I'm not looking for him, that's for sure. He doesn't really want a boy to take care of. He wants someone to boss around. That wasn't me, so he found Simon. He was looking for a sub? I asked. I don't know. Not really. I think he just wanted to be in charge and thought calling himself a daddy dom would give him an excuse to be all bossy. And you don't like bossy? I asked cautiously, because if there was one thing I knew, it was that I could be a bit domineering. No, I do. Or at least I did, but not the way Peter did it. I wanted a daddy, not just a dom. I wanted someone who would put me first and not insist on getting their way all the time, just because. He didn't like me spending time with my friends. He didn't like how much time I spent at work. Honestly, I don't think he liked me, and by the end I didn't like him much. Does he bother you often? I was hoping this Peter guy was just a jerk, but there was something about the look he gave me that made me think he could be trouble. Not really. He just texts me sometimes. Simon's family lives in Waco, and he goes to see them a lot. When he's gone, he bothers me. He's left a few voicemails, but for the most part, it's just when he drinks. I guess he thinks I'm good for a booty call, he said, rolling his eyes. But I saw the hurt that was behind them. If he can't see you're good for so much more than that, then he wasn't worth your time anyway, I said. And without even thinking, I opened my arms for him. He hesitated for just a moment, and then moved into my arms. His whole body relaxed against mine as my arms closed around him. "What are we doing here?" he asked. "We're getting to know each other, baby boy. That's all we're doing today. We're going to get to know more about each other and what we want, and then we can see where it goes from there." "Such a level-headed daddy," he teased. "I'm trying to be, but you make it a little bit hard for me to think straight, which is why we need to take the time and talk things out now while I still can." "I'm not sure what we're supposed to talk about. You mean like limits and safe words and all that stuff?" "It's always good to have a safe word, but I'm not really into any of the things that require limits sexually. I was thinking more along the lines of what you're looking for in a daddy-boy relationship. Are you wanting it to be a 24/7 thing, or—" "I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure what I want. I liked what happened today. The part where you tried to kill yourself on a motorcycle you don't know how to ride, because I'm not sure I'm a fan," I said, making sure to keep my tone teasing. I wasn't happy with him, but it wouldn't do for me to keep bringing it up. "Well, not so much that part, but the way you came when I called, and the way you took care of me after, even if you did go overboard." "Overboard?" "A little bit. I don't really think my knees needed bandages. They're just scraped up a little." "Okay, maybe I did go a little bit overboard." "It's okay. I liked it." "Okay. So you like the idea of having someone you call when you're in trouble, then?" He nodded and started to speak, and then stopped. Then did the same thing again. "Ben, you can tell me anything. Communication is the key to making a relationship like this work." "I know. I just don't know how to say what I'm thinking without sounding stupid." "Just spit it out there, and if it comes out wrong, I won't hold it against you." "Benjamin." I turned to lock eyes with Lucas and nodded. "Okay, but maybe you better kiss me first." "Kissing me is not going to get you out of finishing what you're saying," he said with a grin. "No, but I like the idea anyway." He chuckled and leaned down slowly, brushing his lips across mine. I sighed, relaxing into him. I knew kissing him would be perfect. "Okay, kiss delivered. Now tell me what you're thinking." "I'm tired. Tired of making decisions and tired of trying to know what the right thing to do is. I loved how after I called you, I didn't have to try to figure anything out on my own. I only had to do what you said for me to. That part I liked." "I hear a but in there." "But I'm not sure I would like that all the time. I don't know what I'm saying. I probably sound like an idiot. I'm like, I want you to do this thing, but I don't want you to do this thing." "Okay, first of all, I can see we're going to have some rules regarding the way you talk about yourself. You are not an idiot, and I don't want to hear you saying you are." "Rules?" "Yes, rules. I like rules. They make it clear what's expected." "Do I get to make rules for you too?" I asked. "Nope. Daddy makes the rules, but we can talk about any of them you don't like." "Okay. And what would these rules be?" I was hesitant, but curious. I'd never really had many rules growing up. I was always the smartest one, top of my class, never got in any trouble, so my parents never really felt the need to make rules. Instead, they counted on my judgment to keep me out of trouble, which meant I worried a lot about making the wrong choices and letting everyone down. I couldn't afford to be wrong because I didn't have a set of external guidelines. It was all me. It might be nice to have those for a change. For starters, no making reckless choices that put your safety at risk. And like I just said, no talking bad about yourself. Okay, what else? I don't know yet. I don't know you well enough to know what things we need to add. We'll just have to add the rules as we go along. And what happens if you make a rule I really don't agree with? Like what? I thought about it for a minute, trying to come up with something that was too crazy for him to actually suggest, but that would get my point across. Like, what if you had a rule that we couldn't eat pizza on Fridays unless it had anchovies and pineapple on it? Oh, Lord, he said with an exaggerated gasp. You're on to me. I'm a monster. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, only a monster would suggest those pizza toppings, that's for sure. All the rules would be agreed upon. If there's a rule you really don't think you can follow, we can talk about it and see what we can come up with. And I would follow those rules when we are together, right? He shook his head. You would follow my rules all the time because they're for your benefit, not mine. If I didn't, like if I break one of the rules, then there would be a punishment. I'd been interested in the lifestyle for a long time, and I'd played around with men who called themselves Daddy, but I'd never really been with anyone who took it seriously like Lucas did. I'd also never realized how much I got out of the idea of being punished for actual behavior versus just for fun. I'd always thought of correction as a negative thing, but the idea of Lucas spanking me when I messed up had my cock starting to swell. Like a spanking? I tried not to sound too hopeful, but I was pretty sure I failed. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, baby boy. Like a spanking. Of course, if you enjoy it, it isn't punishment now, is it? I might have to find something else that works for you. Chapter 9. Lucas. I couldn't help but find the hopeful way he suggested a spanking adorable, but it looked like I seriously might have to find some creative alternatives for Ben. We would see. There was a difference between a spanking for pleasure and a spanking for punishment. Maybe he just needed to be shown that difference. But we weren't there yet. We still had stuff to sort out if we were going to give this a go. Okay, first thing we should do is get to know each other a little better. What are you doing tomorrow? Oh, nothing, really. My best friend Rich and his boyfriend went out of town for the long weekend, and I'm just kind of hanging around doing nothing. I'd planned to tinker with the motorcycle, but that's obviously out. Okay, how about if we do something this weekend? I'm supposed to go over to my friend Ryder's tomorrow evening just to hang out. We could do something fun during the day and then go to the cookout. They won't mind if I come? Not at all. Brennan, that's Ryder's boy, loves to have people over. It's like his favorite thing. Before they got together, we'd probably been to Ryder's house a handful of times, usually to help with some project or maybe to watch a game. Now it seems like we're there all the time. Okay, sounds like fun. Rich is always trying to get me to do something besides work, so he would be thrilled to know I was doing something fun. I hear you. I was planning on working all weekend, so this'll be good for me, too. I did a quick mental run-through of all the things I had to do. When I'd decided to take the day off and go riding, I'd planned to just hit it extra hard the next 2 days, but I didn't want to give up this weekend with Ben, so I was going to have to take the time off, and I'd just push harder the next week. Oh, I don't want to put you out or put you behind. I know you have a business to run. Ben, I want to spend the time with you. You let me worry about my business. Okay, then, yeah, I would love to do something. Back before my dad passed away, we usually did family stuff on the long weekends, but now my mom usually travels and stuff. I think it helps her to keep busy instead of sitting around missing him. I'm sorry about your dad. I didn't know him well, but he was always friendly when he came in the shop. Thanks. It's been rough. It just kind of came out of nowhere. He was here one day and boom, gone the next. Stupid heart attack. I tightened my arms around him and kissed him on the temple. That's rough, I said gently. What about your family? Are you close? We are. My parents retired to Florida last year. My brother and his wife live in their old house not far from here. I always wished I had brothers or sisters, but isn't that the way it always is? Only children want siblings, and kids with siblings want to be only children. Yeah, I think so. I had the best of both worlds, though. I was what my parents lovingly called an oops baby. My brother was 13 when I was born, so I got to have my brother, who's awesome, but I was raised like an only child. Hell, I started school the same year he went off to college. I'm closer in age to my nephew than I am to my brother. I shifted on the couch, repositioning him and relishing in the way he felt here in my arms. There was something so right about having him here. Some part of me had known it that night at the club, which was why I'd been so disappointed when his ex showed up and I thought he was with someone. Okay, let's get you home. We have a busy day tomorrow, and I know you're sore from earlier. He spun in my arms and looked at me. You're taking me home? He asked, a mix of shock and hurt in his eyes. I cupped his cheek and leaned in for a light kiss. Yes, baby boy. Tonight I'm taking you home. I want you to take a hot bath and get some sleep. You can pack a bag and I'll pick you up in the morning. We'll spend the rest of the weekend together. He looked at me, weighing my words. Then he nodded. Okay. I admit my shoulder could use a soak. Benjamin. I hadn't expected to sleep last night at all, but after taking a long bath and rubbing some cream Lucas had given me on my shoulder, I fell asleep pretty quickly. I got up and rolled my shoulder a little, testing it out. I was a little sore, but nowhere near as bad as I'd feared it would be. I'd made myself a cup of coffee, and now I was standing in the middle of my bedroom, trying to decide what to pack for the weekend. I don't think I'd been this nervous since my first day of work. I should have asked Tim what we were going to be doing, so I would know what to bring with me. But I didn't think of it last night. I was trying to make up my mind when my phone pinged with a text notification. Lucas. How are you feeling this morning? Me. Good. Barely even sore at all. Good, I'm glad. Have you had breakfast? Not really a breakfast person. I've had coffee, though. Coffee does not a meal make. Go eat something. I'll be there to pick you up around 11. Did he seriously just order me to eat breakfast? I stared at the phone for a minute, trying to decide if that was a suggestion or an order, and how I felt about it if it was an order. I must have taken too long to reply because he sent another message. That wasn't a request. I have a busy day planned for us, and I don't want you running on empty. Eat. Well, I guess that answered both questions. It was indeed an order, and as far as how I felt about it, I liked it. Okay, Daddy, I'll eat something before you get here. You will eat something now. I want to take you to get something for lunch, so I don't want you to wait. I'll go eat something now. Good boy. I'll see you in a few hours. I went to the kitchen and looked around to see what I had that I could eat. I almost always just skipped breakfast, so my choices were limited. I considered skipping it and just telling him I ate. I mean, he wouldn't really know the difference, would he? Except that kind of defeated the whole purpose of having a daddy. So instead, I dug around until I found a box of cereal and made myself a bowl. It might not be the most nutritious thing I could eat, but it was breakfast. I rinsed out my bowl and put it in the drainer, then checked the time. I had hours before he was supposed to arrive. I could either spend it pacing here in the house waiting, or I could try to at least do something productive. I went over to my drafting table and pulled out the design I'd been working on. When I was in college, I dreamed of specializing in sustainable design, and that was still what I wanted. But in order to become certified, the requirement was working on a project approved by the U.S. Green Building Council, or the USGBC, and so far I hadn't been able to convince the firm to take on an approved project. This one here was my favorite so far, and I was hopeful that I could convince the partners to at least let me present it at the Home Expo next spring. I got so lost in working on my design, I was surprised when the doorbell rang. I grabbed my bag and headed to the door. I'd expected Lucas to come in the truck he had driven yesterday, but to my surprise, there was an old car sitting out front. "Is that your car?" I asked. "It is. It's a Pontiac Firebird Trans Am," I finished. "I thought you said you weren't into cars." "Oh, I'm not, but my best friend Rich is obsessed with that car. I swear, he's made me watch Smokey and the Bandit 1,000 times." "Well, Rich has good taste," Lucas said with a grin. "But this one isn't exactly like the one in the movie. That one was a 77, and this one is a 79. It was my dad's, and when I got my license, he gave it to me. Are you ready to go?" "I am." Chapter 10. Lucas. "Where are we going?" Ben asked once he was settled in the front seat of the car. "Have you ever been to Craft Jam?" "Craft Jam?" "Yeah, as in craft beer and music. It's a festival." "Oh, cool. No, I haven't. I thought all the beer festivals took place in October." "The big one does take place then, but I like this one. It celebrates local craft beers and microbreweries. Plus, there are all kinds of handmade crafts and some really great music. There will also be a small car show. It's just a fun day." "Sounds good to me. Will we get to taste the beers? I've never been a big beer drinker, but I'm always tempted to get some of the more unusual-sounding ones at the store." "Yeah? Like which ones?" I asked. I loved craft beers. They were actually something of a hobby for me. Someday when I had time to devote to it, I'd even like to try home brewing. I remember one called Laser Salad and one called Sun Shovel. Those sounded fun." I couldn't help but laugh. "Those are some catchy names. I don't know for sure if those will be there, but we should get to taste plenty." "Cool. You said something about lunch. Are we eating there?" "Yeah, there will be all kinds of food trucks there, so you should be able to get anything you want. I love festival food. There's just something about it that makes it all taste better. I mean, seriously, you can't even compare fast food French fries to festival fries." I grinned at his enthusiasm. I hadn't known how he would react to going to Craft Jam, but I was glad he seemed excited about the idea. We pulled into the parking lot and drove up and down looking for a spot. "Wow, there are a lot of people here," he said. "Yeah, this city does love its craft beer." I finally found a spot and pulled in. I hopped out and waited for him. We could hear the sounds of the music filter over to us as we walked towards the crowd. Rich would have really loved this. I'll have to take lots of pictures to show him what all he missed. "Y'all have been friends a long time?" "Oh yeah, and he's the best. I'm so happy for him and Michael." I admit I was a little leery of Michael at first. He's such a big dude, but he treats Rich like he's the most important thing in his world. The crowd was crazy, and I didn't want to lose him, so I reached for his hand and pulled him close. At least that's what I told myself. He looked up at me and smiled, but didn't pull his hand away. I'd never been one for hand-holding or PDA, but for some reason with him, it seemed like a good idea. We started to make our way around the tables and booths, looking at various handcrafted items and stopping ever so often to try a sample of a beer. I had been to this festival each year they'd had it, but I'd never had so much fun. There was no question which of the beers Ben liked and which ones he didn't, and while he tried to be nice, he had shit for a poker face when it came to the way something tasted. We came across one booth that had hand-carved chess pieces. He fingered each piece, looking at each figure before putting it down. "Do you play?" I asked. "Yeah, my pop taught me. We used to always have a game going. Sometimes one game would take weeks to finish. I would swing by to grab something from my mom and see that he'd made a move, and I would make one. But sometimes I would go over just to play, and we'd play game after game. I wrapped my arm around him. I know you miss him. I do. We could get this if you want, I offered. No. But, I might ask my mom if I could have the one we played on. I think that's a great idea. Maybe you can teach me to play. His eyes swung in my direction. You don't know how? I shook my head. Then yeah, I can teach you. We made our way around to the food trucks and made our selections. We were lucky enough to find seats near where the live band played. He leaned against me and we took our time eating while we listened to an indie cover band do a better job with most of today's hit country songs than the famous artists. Wow, he said, shoving another fry in his mouth. They're really good. I think I'll download some of their music when I get home. When that band finished up their set, and a not-quite-so-good one came on next, we cleaned up our trash and made our way around the rest of the festival. By the time we were back to the beginning, we'd collected a small stack of shot glasses and a bunch of themed coasters and beer koozies. Not to mention various other little giveaways different local breweries were handing out. We should go on a tour of one of the breweries, he said. Not today. I think I'm all taste-tested out. But maybe sometime soon? I liked the fact that he was thinking of us doing things together another time. I'd really enjoyed the day with him, and I was glad he seemed to feel the same way. I'd worried we might not have much in common, but that didn't appear to be a problem. I wrapped one arm around him and pulled him to my side. We should do that. But for today, we have a cookout to get to. You about ready? Benjamin. Today had been the best day I'd had in forever. I never would have picked going to a beer festival as my ideal way to spend a day, but it had actually been perfect. It had given me a way to spend the day with Lucas with no pressure. We were busy enough that I didn't have time to worry about anything, and instead just enjoyed being with him. It had been fun, and I hated for it to end. But it was time for us to go if we were going over to his friend's house for the cookout. We barely knew each other, which made the idea of hanging out with all of his friends awkward and intimidating. But I'd agreed to go, so that's what we were doing. We still had a few coupons left for free beer samples, and we stopped on our way out and gave them to a couple who were standing in line. Then we made our way to his car. Who exactly are the people I'm going to be meeting this afternoon? It'll be Ryder and Brennan. It's their house we will be at. Max and Travis. And then us, my friend Cooper and my buddy Owen. Usually Desi and his wife Angela come, but she's due to have their first baby any time now, so I doubt they will be there. And that should be it. Cooper and Owen won't have anyone with them? I asked. Not that I know of. Ryder and Brennan are daddy and boy, but you probably won't hear Brennan call Ryder daddy. Travis, on the other hand, calls Max daddy pretty much all the time, so you'll most likely hear that from him. I glanced over at him, watching him as he drove. Is that what you want? Someone to call you daddy all the time? We still have a lot to learn about each other, don't we? Lucas asked, smiling at me. I'll tell you what. Let's just enjoy ourselves today. Then tonight or tomorrow, we can talk this all through and figure out where we are. I nodded in agreement. We did still have things to figure out. Some of it having to do with him being my daddy, but some of it was just general relationship stuff. Like, for example, did we have one? Just as my brain started down a crazy trail of what all this meant, he reached over and twined our fingers together. Pete had never been a hand-holder, and I didn't really think it was something that mattered to me, but Lucas had held my hand almost the entire time we were at the festival, and I found that I liked it. What's that face about? Lucas asked. What face? I don't know. You just made a face like you bit into a sour pickle. I laughed and shook my head. Nope. No sour pickles here, Daddy. Just me thinking about how different you are from Pete the Peckerhead. Well, hopefully different in a good way. So far, in all the best ways. He pulled my hand up to his lips, kissed the back of it, and then winked at me. We're here. I looked up to find a cute gray craftsman-style home with a red door and white trim. There was a porch swing with decorative pillows and pretty potted plants lined the steps going up to the porch. This looks like something out of a magazine, I said. It does, doesn't it? That's Saul Brennan. I think you'll like him. He hopped out of the car and rushed around before I even got my seatbelt undone, pulling open the door for me. Should we have brought something? I just thought of that. It seems rude to show up empty-handed. We aren't technically empty-handed. Cooper and I chipped in some money for the beer. That's not the same, I insisted. Brennan loves feeding people and hosting these cookouts. I don't think he really wants anyone to bring anything. But for the next one, you can talk that over with him. My smile grew hearing him say that I would be coming to the next one. Okay, let's go meet your friends. Chapter 11. Lucas. We walked around the house to the side gate and let ourselves through. It looked like we were the last ones to arrive. Cooper was standing by the grill with Ryder, and Max was sitting under the covered patio with Travis and Owen. I didn't see Brennan anywhere, but my guess was he was in the house. When their dog saw us come in, he rushed to us, running in circles around our feet. Ben knelt and gave the pup some scratches. "Oh, aren't you just the cutest thing?" he said, making the little pup's tail wag so fast his whole body shook. Ben stood, and we walked over to where everyone else sat. "Hey, Lucas," Ryder called over. He glanced at Ben with a silent question in his expression. I probably should have let them know I was bringing someone, but it was kind of a last-minute decision, and I hadn't been sure how to explain who Ben was, exactly. "Come on," I said. "Let's go meet the guys." We stopped in front of the group who were sitting, and I introduced Ben to Owen, Max, and Travis. Then we walked over to the grill. "Hey, Ryder, Coop, this is Ben." "Nice to meet you, Ben," Ryder said. Cooper was looking at Ben, trying to place him, and I saw it in his eyes when it clicked. "Yeah, Ben, it's very nice to meet you." "Where's Brennan?" I asked. "He should be around here somewhere." "Travis," Ryder called over. "Where's Brennan?" "I think he was mixing up the sangria," Travis called back. I knew how overwhelming it could be to come to something like this where you didn't know anyone, so I slipped my arm around Ben and pulled him against me, even though I was sure that seemed out of character to the guys. He glanced up at me with a grateful little smile and relaxed against me. "So, Ben, how did you and Lucas meet?" Ryder asked. "Oh, he's helping me with a motorcycle my pop was restoring before he passed away." "Really? What kind is it?" And that was all it took. Ben told them about the motorcycle, leaving out the part about him wrecking it, and they took it from there, telling him about their bikes. I knew he probably had no idea what they were talking about, but the more they talked, the more he seemed to relax, so I wasn't going to be the one to stop them. "Well, your pop's bike is in good hands if Lucas is doing it. He's the best," Cooper said. "Oh, he isn't. I mean, he's just helping me figure out what to do with it." He looked at me. I leaned down and kissed his temple. "I told you, baby boy, motorcycles are what I do. You don't worry about it, okay?" He bit his lower lip, and I knew he wanted to tell me that I didn't have to fix the motorcycle for him, but he didn't. Instead, he just nodded. "Lucas," Brennan called as he came out the back door. "Hey, Brennan. I was starting to think you weren't going to show up today. You know better than that. No way I was missing out on your potato salad. Just please tell me you made some." "Of course I did." He turned to Ben. "Hey, I'm Brennan." "Ben. Nice to meet you, Ben. I have appetizers if you guys are hungry before the ribs get done, and there are all kinds of drinks, beer, soda, and I have some sangria if you're interested." "I'm not hungry yet. We ate way too much at the craft jam, but sangria sounds wonderful. Awesome. Come with me and I'll get you some. I know Travis has been waiting on it, but you have to let the fruit sit in the wine if you want it to be good. He has no patience, Brennan said. I watched as they headed off, chatting like old friends. Brennan had an easy way with people, and I was pleased to see how relaxed Ben looked as they headed to the house. He'd been nervous about meeting my friends so quickly into this, but I'd felt sure that once Brennan and Travis got a hold of him, he would be fine. So, Cooper said, you found him. Nope, he found me. Wandered right into my shop. What do you mean, found him? Ryder asked. I first spotted him the last time Cooper and I went to one of the Daddy Boy meet and greets, but I didn't get to talk to him. And then he just happened to wander into your shop. Basically, yeah. But it's still new. We're figuring things out. Cooper laughed and shook his head. Sure you are. I see the way you look at 'em. We might as well stick a fork in you and call you done. He wasn't wrong. From the first moment I'd seen Ben at the club, I'd wanted him, and that hadn't changed. If anything, the time we'd spent together today had intensified that want. He wasn't only gorgeous, he was also fun, smart, and kind. Add in the tiniest bit of sass, and yeah, I was basically a goner. Benjamin. I followed Brennan into the house, and the dog chased right behind us. We entered through a set of French doors that were propped open. I'd expected it to lead into a sitting room or maybe a sun porch, but instead it was what looked like a home office. The kitchen is right through here, he said, leading me through the house. Oh, wow, this is a gorgeous kitchen. Thanks, Ryder did it. You should see the pictures from the way it looked before. The whole house is fabulous. I love craftsman-style homes, and all the new ones that are being built don't hold a candle to an older one like this. Are you a real estate agent or something? Brennan asked. No, I chuckled. An architect. Really? I always thought that would be such an interesting job. We look at a lot of blueprints and stuff with the business, and I always think it would be fun to design new homes for people. I don't get to do that much right now. I work for Wincroft and Franklin, and we mostly do commercial work. He pulled a pitcher out of the fridge and motioned to a stack of plastic cups. If you can grab those for me, we can head on out. Or we could just pour it in here, Travis said from behind us. You know they're just going to drink beer all day, so why don't we keep it cold? But it would be so pretty on the table out there, Brennan said with a little pout. You're so cute, Bren, but it's just us this week, so I say we drink it. Fine. We can just drink it. He set 3 glasses on the counter. I have a strainer I can put on if you don't want the fruit, he said, looking at me. The fruit is the best part, I insisted. He smiled at me and poured all 3 of us a glass. We each took a drink. Oh, wow, this is really good, I said, taking another drink. There's something different about it than what I'm used to. It's rum, Brennan said with a shrug. I add a little rum to mine. Well, yum, I said. It's my favorite, Travis said, taking a long drink. Brennan shoved a plate of pinwheel appetizers over in front of Travis. You know the rule. Travis rolled his eyes but grabbed a pinwheel. Fine. He turned to look at me. I'm not allowed to drink without eating something first. Or at the same time, I guess, in this case. I nodded. Well, that's probably not a bad rule. I grabbed one of the pinwheels and took a bite. Although I ate so much at the festival today, I don't have to worry about it. What's the deal with you and Lucas? I shrugged. He's working on the motorcycle I inherited from my dad. So that's how you met then? Brennan asked. I knew Lucas said they were both boys, and I figured it would make them feel more at ease if they knew I was too. I wasn't ready to say Lucas was my daddy publicly, even if I wanted him to be. It was too new to me to feel comfortable saying that. Yeah, but I'd seen him before then, at the Daddy Boy meet and greet at Club Verde. "No way," Travis exclaimed. "That's where I met Daddy." "Really?" "Yeah. Best night ever." I saw Lucas there, but I didn't get to talk to him. Then when I showed up at his shop looking for help with the motorcycle, he recognized me from the club. "And now, here you are." Brennan said it like it was a done deal. Well, it's still really new. We're still figuring things out. "It takes time," Travis said with a shrug. "Have you had a daddy before?" I nodded, but then felt the need to clarify. But not one like Lucas. Peter was, well, let's just say he isn't my idea of what a daddy should be. "Well, Lucas is a good guy. One of the best, actually. You guys will figure things out." "Are you three going to hide in here drinking sangria all afternoon?" A deep voice called into the kitchen. I took a drink of my sangria, happy for the interruption. The last thing I wanted was to go all melancholy and whine about past relationships to Lucas's friends. "Hey, Coop, want to join us?" Brennan asked, holding up the pitcher of sangria. "Nope, I just came in to use the bathroom. Ribs should be done in about 20 minutes. "Oh, I better get all the food outside then," Brennan said. "Can I help with anything?" "Sure, you can take this." He shoved a bowl at me, and I took it, stepping back to get out of his way. He loaded Travis up, and I could tell those two had done this before. "I'll grab y'all's glasses," I said, picking up their glasses, making sure to keep track of whose was whose, and following them back outside. Lucas saw us as we came out the door. He rushed over and took the bowl from me, putting it on the table with the other food. "You doing okay?" he asked me quietly enough that only I could hear. "Yeah, your friends are nice." He nodded and placed his hand in the small of my back, leading me to a couple of chairs. He pulled them closer so they were sitting together side by side. "I was starting to wonder if you were coming back." I laughed. Brennan is really nice, but he likes to talk. He does, and so does Travis. He slid his arm across the back of my chair, and I shivered as his fingers played with the hair at the nape of my neck. "Well, I'm glad you're having a good time." The rest of the afternoon was spent eating way too much food, again, and getting to know Lucas's friends. They were all really nice, and while there were a lot of inside jokes and conversations I knew nothing about, they all made sure to include me so that I never felt like an outsider. It had been a great afternoon. Not only had I gotten to know the other guys, but I felt like I knew Lucas a lot better as well. It was easy to see that his friends thought very highly of him, and he cared a lot about them as well. We'd flirted and touched all afternoon, and while I had enjoyed myself, I couldn't wait to get him alone. Chapter 12. Lucas. Today had been one of the best days I'd had in ages, but it had also been one of the hardest. Literally, meaning I'd spent the entire day rock hard. Being around Ben left me aching in a way I didn't think I ever had before, and while I'd been determined to take things slow with him, I knew I was fighting a losing battle. Even in front of my friends, I couldn't keep my hands to myself. Having him close by but not touching him felt wrong. Hell, at one point when he excused himself to go to the bathroom, I was tempted to follow him. Not that I would have fucked him in Ryder's guest bathroom, but a blowjob would have taken the edge off. I was happy to see that after 2 glasses of sangria, he'd switched to water, because the last thing I wanted to do was put a drunk Ben to bed alone. I had plans for my boy tonight. I leaned over, nibbled on his ear. His breath caught, and he leaned into me. "You ready to go?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, take me home, Daddy." And fuck if that didn't make me even harder. "We're going, guys. Thanks for the great food," I said, standing and holding out my hand for Ben. He took it, and I pulled him to his feet. I didn't wait around, nor give him time to say goodbye. I just made for the car. As soon as we were seated, I pulled him to me and kissed him the way I'd been dying to all day. Eventually, I broke the kiss and pulled back. Okay, let's get to the house. How far is the drive to your house from here? It takes about 20 minutes, I told him. Do you need to stop somewhere? No, I was just thinking, if there's anything you want to talk about, anything else you think we need to say, maybe we could do it now on the drive. I looked at him and raised one eyebrow in a question. Well, you said we would talk about things later. Damn it. Talking was the last thing on my mind right now. But I knew he was right. Okay. I only have a few things to add to what we've already talked about. First, you asked if what I wanted was a partner who would be a boy 24/7 like Travis, and the answer is I want as much control as you want to give me in everyday life. I know you said you weren't sure how you felt about that, so I think what we're going to do is play it by ear. You have to tell me if something isn't working for you. However, in the bedroom, I want total control. Is that something you're good with? He nodded his head, but that wasn't good enough. Use your words, boy. Yes, Daddy. I'm good with that. Okay. The other thing is, I don't share. If you're with me, you're only with me. I assume the same goes for you? Absolutely. Also, when we aren't together, I expect you to text me every morning to check in and every night before you go to bed. Okay, I can do that. Anything else? Nothing tonight. Just the rules I already gave you. You remember what those were, right? He nodded. No talking bad about myself, and no doing things that risk my safety. Good boy. The rest of it we'll figure out as we go along. But we have to talk about things. Communication will be key. We pulled into my driveway, and I looked over at him while I waited on the garage door to open. We good? Yes, Daddy. We're good, he said. I pulled the car into the garage and then leaned over, giving him a kiss. Perfect. Now, do you remember where my bedroom is? I do. Then you get your ass inside the house and to my bedroom. Benjamin. God, I loved when he used that growly tone with me. I didn't even take time to respond. I opened the door of the car and headed straight for the bedroom. The way he'd said that, I expected him to take an extra few minutes to give me time to take off my clothes and be waiting for him. But I was wrong. He was right behind me, and I barely made it into the bedroom before a pair of strong arms wrapped around me from behind. Do you have any idea how many times over the last couple of weeks I've imagined you here in my bed? He said into my ear, sending shivers down my spine. Probably no more times than I have, I admitted. Is that right? He asked, sliding his hands up under my shirt so his palms were touching my skin. I gasped, but didn't answer. I asked you a question, boy. Have you been thinking about Daddy touching you? I sucked in a breath and nodded. Yes, Daddy. Every night since the night at the club. He chuckled. Good boy. What did I do to you when you thought about me? He ran his hands up and down my stomach as he talked, making it hard to think, much less to admit such things out loud. But I knew he wanted an answer. You touched me like you're doing now, and you used your mouth and... Oh, fuck, I groaned out as he slid his hand down, cupping my hard cock. He slowly stroked me through shorts with one hand as he used the other to pull me tighter against him. He kissed his way down my neck to that spot that always drove me crazy. And what, sugar? What else did Daddy do? You teased my nipples, I said, praying that he would do that next. Are your nipples sensitive? Did you like it when I played with them? He trailed his fingers slowly up my torso until they found the left nipple and slowly rolled it between his fingers. Oh yes, like that, I panted. Fuck, baby. You're so fucking responsive. What else? Between one of his hands gripping my cock, his mouth kissing and sucking on my neck, and his fingers teasing my nipples, I couldn't think. It was like a sensory overload, and all I knew was that I wanted. I can't think, Daddy. I just... He removed his hand from my cock, and I whimpered. Daddy, I pleaded. He chuckled and slid his hand down inside my shorts. Oh, baby boy, your cock is leaking for me, isn't it? He gripped me and began to stroke me slowly. I bet you taste delicious. What do you think? Should I strip you naked and find out? Or should I save that for next time and just sink deep into your perfect ass and fuck you until you can't think? Oh, God, I wanted that. All of it. I wanted him to do that to me, but most of all, I didn't want to have to choose. Whatever you want, Daddy. I'm yours. Damn right you are, he growled. Clothes off, now. I want to watch you get naked for me. He released his hold on me and stepped back. I wavered for just a second, and then stepped forward, turning to face him. I took off my shirt and then undid the button on my shorts. I slowly pushed them down, taking my underwear with them. I stood in front of him, completely bare. Fuck, baby, you're beautiful, he said, with just enough awe in his voice for me to believe he actually meant it. He pulled off his shirt, and I got my first look at him. He was muscular in the way men were when they worked hard instead of when they went to a gym. Lean and hard and, oh, so fucking sexy. Then he pushed his jeans down his muscular thighs, and I was a goner. His body was perfection, and I wanted to drop to my knees and worship it with my tongue. But before I could make a move, he stepped forward, grabbing me, picking me up, and literally tossing me onto the bed. Until that moment, if you'd asked me if I liked being manhandled, I would have told you no, but I would have been wrong. It was different with Lucas. I trusted him completely, and I knew that even though he was physically capable of doing so, he would never hurt me. He grabbed a condom and some lube from his bedside table, and I watched as he tore open the packet and rolled it on. Then he grabbed my legs and pulled me to the edge of the bed. Sugar, this first time is going to be quick and dirty. I've been on edge all damn day. Are you good with that? Oh yeah, so good with that, I said, letting my legs fall to the side, opening myself up in front of him. He poured lube on his fingers and then slid one inside my waiting hole. It felt good, but it wasn't anywhere near enough. I was needy and empty, and I needed more. He added a second finger, and then a third, thrusting in and out of my body. It was so close to what I wanted, but not quite there. A combination of feeling perfect and not enough that was making me insane. And just when I thought I couldn't take any more, he pulled his fingers out, making me whimper. He chuckled and shook his head. Such a needy, needy boy. Don't worry. Daddy's going to take good care of you. He gripped my legs behind my knees, pushing my legs up and putting me into the position he wanted me. Then he positioned his cock at my entrance and slid home, finally filling me completely. Oh, yes, I breathed. I'm so full. He gripped my upper thighs and pulled me tighter against him, a move that pushed him even deeper inside me, and I moaned in pleasure. Then he began to move, thrusting in and out of me while his grip held me in place. I didn't think anyone had ever been so deep inside me before. It was like he filled me in places that I didn't even know existed, and just when I thought it couldn't get any better, he lowered one hand under my rear and lifted me just a little, sinking even deeper. A moan from somewhere deep inside my soul escaped my throat. Oh, fuck, yes. I'm about to come, sugar. I need you to come with me. I nodded my head and grabbed my cock, stroking it quickly, adding a little twist when I reached the head, just the way I liked. It didn't take long as he continued to pump in and out of my body at a furious pace. My balls tightened, and I cried out as the sensations swept over me like a wave, and I came, shooting my release up onto my chest. Lucas thrust hard and deep into me one last time, and stayed there, holding my body tight against him. He groaned as his cock pulsed inside my channel as he came. Chapter 13. Lucas. I reached down, holding the condom in place as I slowly pulled out of Ben's body. "I'll be right back. Don't move." "As if I could," he said with a chuckle. I went into the bathroom and disposed of the condom. The only thing that would have made what just happened better would have been if I'd been inside of him with nothing between us. I wondered if that was something he would consider, and decided I would bring it up later. I ran the water in the sink until it got warm and wet a cloth to clean him up with. I gently wiped his chest and stomach off, and then tossed the washcloth over onto my pile of discarded clothing. I could deal with those tomorrow. For tonight, I just wanted to hold my boy. I loved seeing him lying there, looking thoroughly debauched and totally spent. I held out my hand for him, and he didn't question me. Just took it and let me pull him up. I turned down the covers and held him up. He sighed contentedly and crawled into the bed. I slid in next to him. He rolled over so he was facing away from me, and then scooted back against me, grabbing one of my arms and pulling it, trying to get me into the position he wanted. I chuckled and rolled to my side behind him. "Perfect," he mumbled, snuggling in. Apparently my boy wanted to be the little spoon, which was fine with me. I held him close until we both drifted off to sleep. "You don't have any hobbies at all?" Ben asked over pancakes at my favorite place to go for breakfast. "Not really," I said. "Motorcycles were my hobby, but then I turned it into a business." "So you don't play any sports or anything?" "No, I used to play softball with a spring league, but that fell apart a few years ago. And I never really got into anything else. What about you?" "Nothing really." But the way he said it made me think there was something there he wasn't telling me. "Come on, out with it. What is it?" "One of my favorite parts of my job is when we build the models of the houses. Not like on the computer, but the actual models. It got me thinking maybe I wanted to get into models. Not cars and planes, but of towns. Maybe like model railroads with the villages around it and stuff. I don't know, it's just an idea." "I think that sounds like a great idea. I've always thought they looked cool," I told him. "I think my dad has an old train from back when he was a kid up in their attic. I thought I could build a town and use his train, since I'm more interested in building the buildings more than the whole train part. But we weren't talking about me. We were talking about you, and whether or not you had anything you did outside of work." "My business is important to me, Ben. The motorcycles I build take a lot of time, and I put in a lot of hours. This weekend has been fantastic, and it was my choice to take it off to spend with you, but I don't normally take time off. I work long hours and most weekends, so I don't really have time for anything else." I figured there was no point in beating around the bush. He might as well know right up front what my life was like. I could tell he got the message, because the light in his eyes that had been there all morning dimmed just a little, and a small part of me hated myself for that. This was why I'd said I wasn't going to do this again. Ben deserved a daddy who could put him first, who had time to spoil him the way he deserved to be spoiled, and that wasn't me. But it could be, a small voice whispered in my mind. But I shook the thought away. I'd worked too hard for too long to lose ground now. I was already working more hours than was healthy, and having to turn away jobs because I couldn't fit them in. There was no way I could work less, no matter how tempting the idea was. "Well, you have the rest of today off, so what can we do?" he asked. "I don't know. The craft jam was my one bright idea. What do you want to do?" "Maybe we could have a movie day at home. That's not very exciting or anything." "That sounds like a great idea," I said. "Any idea what you want to watch?" "No, just anything where things blow up." "Okay then, action-adventure movies with popcorn. How does that sound?" "That sounds perfect." Benjamin. I'd gotten Lucas's message loud and clear. I shouldn't expect him to have a lot of time for me, and while it stung to know that I wasn't important enough for him to want to make time for, at least I knew it up front so I could be prepared. But for today, he was all mine, and I would worry about the future tomorrow. We spent the rest of our 3-day weekend exactly as I'd suggested. We watched movies, ate popcorn, and made out like teenagers. It was just about the perfect day. So perfect, I hated to go home. But I had to be at work early Tuesday and knew he did as well. He took me home, kissed me goodbye, and reminded me about the rule about texting him each morning. I promised I would remember and watched as he drove off. Then I rushed inside and called Rich. I hadn't talked to him all weekend, and I was dying to tell him all about wrecking the motorcycle, the cookout, and most of all, about Lucas. I stayed up way later than I should have talking to him, but when I finally fell asleep, I slept like the dead, which meant I was not ready to get up when my alarm went off. Instead of refreshed, I felt grumpy and out of sorts. So out of sorts I almost forgot to text Lucas. Luckily, I remembered while I was in the shower, so I hurried through and then hopped out, sending him a text right away. Me. Good morning, Daddy. Lucas. Good morning, sugar. How did you sleep? Okay, but I slept better with you. Me too. I'll pick you up on Friday and you can stay the weekend again. How does that sound? Sounds good to me. Don't forget to eat breakfast. And don't forget to text me tonight. I will. I gotta get going or I'm going to be late. Okay. Talk to you later. I hurried to get ready and popped a piece of bread in the toaster. Toast with peanut butter counted as breakfast, right? My day at work went pretty much as usual. We started out the day in the boardroom, where everyone was tossing around ideas for the art center, and all of my ideas were either ignored or flat out shut down as not realistic based on budget or not a priority for the city. How using sustainable materials and design could be unrealistic or not a priority for a city that prided itself on being innovative, I had no idea. And I suspected the real issue was it wasn't a priority for Wincroft and Franklin, and never would be. It looked like I was going to have some serious decisions to make before long. Mid-afternoon, I got a message from my mom asking me to swing by for dinner, and I told her I would come. I felt bad because I didn't get by there as often as I should, but I was looking forward to seeing her. I stopped and picked up a bottle of her favorite red wine on the way and made the short drive over to the house I grew up in. She met me at the door with a hug and then stepped back. Let me get a look at you. I swear it's been a month of Sundays since you came by. It hasn't been that long, I said. Maybe not, but it feels like it. Let's eat and you can tell all about what you've been up to. Sounds good to me. We went back to the kitchen and I set the table as always while she finished up the food. She'd made meatloaf and potatoes, which she knew was my favorite. This really is delicious as always, Mom. You're going to have to teach me how to make it. She stopped with her fork halfway to her mouth and looked at me. And why is that? Do you have someone you want to make it for? Maybe, I said, taking another bite, knowing she would be dying to hear more, but making her wait. Spill it, Benjamin. I want all the details. I don't really think you want all the details, Mom, I teased. Who is he? She asked, ignoring me. His name is Lucas. Lucas Vaughn. Wait, that sounds familiar. Lucas Vaughn. Is that the man from the motorcycle shop? It is. That's how we met. My mother didn't need to know anything about daddy boy meet and greets. How wonderful. That's the kind of story you can tell my grandchildren. Don't jump the gun there, Mom. Nobody's talking about children. We just spent the weekend together is all. We went to a festival here in town and then to a cookout with some of his friends. It was nice. I'm glad, sweetie. You deserve some nice in your life. As soon as you're ready, you'll have to bring him over for dinner. I will. While I'm here, I was thinking, do you think it would be okay if I took the chess set Pop and I used to play on? I saw one at the festival and got to thinking I miss playing. Of course you can. I know he would love for you to have it. She sat back and looked around the house. I've been wondering if I should sell the house. The market is good, and I don't need this much space. I could get me one of those condos in a senior living community. I know I'm not that old, but most of them start at 55. But I don't know. There are so many memories here. I'm not sure I'm ready to let them go. Mom, whatever you decide, I'll support your decision. But I think it's kind of like Lucas told me about the motorcycle. You don't have to decide right now. Take some time and think about it. Pop hasn't been gone that long, and it could just be that you miss him. Or it could be that you're ready for a change. Who knows? Just make sure first. I know you love this house, and you have some good friends in this neighborhood. I do. And you're right. I'll think it through before I do anything. The counselor for the widows support group I'm in suggests waiting a year before you make any major changes. And that's probably smart. Well, whatever you decide, I'll support you. Now I'd better get going. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight. Chapter 14. Lucas. I was dreading heading into work on Tuesday morning. I hadn't taken time off like that in ages, and I knew it was going to take me days to catch up. The motorcycle we'd been working on needed to be done by the end of this week, and that wasn't going to happen without me putting in some serious hours. Ben had texted me this morning as I'd asked, although it was a little later in the morning than I'd expected. He had remembered. I stopped by my favorite burrito place and grabbed some breakfast and headed into work prepared for a long day. I went inside and sat down at my desk to eat while I looked over my schedule for the week. I was figuring out what we could shift forward without losing too much time and still make up the time I lost over the weekend when Stan walked in. "Hey man, what's up?" he asked. "Nothing. I was just thinking that if we pushed the Carruthers bike until next week and then waited on the Hawkins bike until the 20th, we could still get everything done on time." "Why do we need to shift anything? I thought we were right on schedule." "We were, but I'd factored in my working over the weekend, but my plans changed, so that has us 3 days behind to finish up the Henderson bike." "No, we aren't behind at all. I was here Sunday and Monday. If anything, I think we're ahead on that build." "What were you doing here? And why didn't you call me?" "When I showed up on Sunday, I expected you to be here, but I figured you were due a day off. And I didn't call you because I knew if you knew I was here, you would think you had to show up. You work too much, boss," he said, shaking his head. "As to why I was here, it was either say I had to work or spend a day with Maria shopping, and believe me, I'd much rather be up here." "We aren't behind at all?" I asked, doubtfully. "No, not at all. Come see." I went with him out to the garage area and looked at the bike. I slowly made my way around it, checking his work. It was flawless and exactly what I'd been envisioning for the motorcycle. "Damn, that's impressive work, man." "Thanks, boss. I learned from the best." Benjamin. I hadn't seen Lucas since he dropped me off on Monday night, but we'd been texting off and on all week. So far, I hadn't forgotten my morning and evening texts, and I was actually pretty proud of myself for that. On Wednesday, I got a text from Brennan that surprised me. We'd swapped phone numbers, but I hadn't really expected to hear from him. "Brennan. Tomorrow is Thursday. Did Lucas tell you what that means?" Me. No. The Daddies all get together at their bar, drink beer, and be all boring." "Okay. That means it's boys' night out. Want to come?" They wanted me to come with them on boys' night out. Wow, that was so nice, and I really wanted to go. But I wondered what Lucas would think about me going and hanging out with his friends. He took me over to meet them, so I assumed it would be fine. I didn't want to leave Brennan hanging without an answer, but I decided I'd better talk to Lucas about this. Me. Brennan just texted me, asked me to go out with him on Thursday. He said you always go to a bar to hang out? Lucas. Remember Owen from the cookout? It's his bar. And yeah, we all go there on Thursdays. Not Brennan and Travis, though, so not sure what he's planning. He said Thursdays are boys' night out. I didn't know they'd officially given it a name. But yeah, those two usually go do something while we're at the bar. Do you want to go? I think so. Then you should go. You'll have a good time. Okay. I thought about it for a second and decided I definitely wanted to go. I texted Brennan back and let him know, and he said he would message me later with all the details. I had no idea what boys' night entailed, but on Thursday I came home from work and changed into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. I figured whatever it was, it would probably be pretty casual, or else Brennan would have warned me. Brennan and Travis had offered to pick me up, so I figured if I got it wrong, I could change before we left. I was waiting on them to arrive when I got a text from Lucas. Lucas. Hey, sugar. Be good tonight, and call me if you need a ride. Or anything else. Me. I will, Daddy. I promise. I got a text from Brennan saying they were here, so I rushed out to the car still smiling, because I'd never had anyone care enough to send me a message like that. Not even my parents. I loved my mom and my pop, and we'd all been really close, but they'd never treated me like a kid. It was like they just assumed because I was smart I'd always make good choices. I hadn't, though. In fact, sometimes I made really bad choices, because asking for help would mean admitting I'd made a stupid choice earlier. It was nice to know that Lucas didn't expect me to be perfect, and that he would come and get me if I messed up. I got to the car pleased to find both Travis and Brennan there and dressed similarly to me. Hey guys, thanks for picking me up. We're going to try this new Indian place that just opened. Is that okay? Do you like Indian food? We can always go somewhere else if you want, Travis said. Indian is fine with me, I said. I've never had Indian, but I guess some of it is really spicy. At least that's what I read, Brennan said, looking worried. I've eaten Indian lots of times, I assured him. It was one of my college roommate's favorites, so I can tell you which ones to avoid if you don't want it too spicy. Oh, good. Well, not so much good for you. We were wanting to try something new, and I guess this won't be new for you. It's fine, Brennan. It's one of my favorites, so I'm happy to go try out this place with y'all. Awesome. You can keep me from ordering the wrong thing. The restaurant was packed, which was a good sign. I hadn't been kidding about Indian being my favorite, so I was hoping it would be good. We each ordered a different dish with different heat levels, and we settled in to enjoy our meal. How are things going with the new crew, Brennan? Travis asked. Good. Desi is a great crew leader, as I knew he would be, and being able to do more than one job at a time is fantastic. Ryder's a long way from wanting to give up being hands-on, but it's freed up a lot of his time. How about you, Ben? What's new in the world of architecture? Nothing with my company, that's for sure. They're old school. I shook my head, annoyed with myself for being so negative. They're one of the most respected firms in the area, and they're good people. They're just a little set in their ways. It could be worse. What do you mean? Well, they never cut corners to make a buck, and they don't work with builders who do, and the pay is good. I shouldn't complain. I do, Travis said with a laugh. Don't you have your own business? I asked. Yep, and sometimes my boss is a real asshole, he said, and we all laughed. So, how are things going with you and Lucas? Brennan asked, taking a bite of the goat vindaloo I'd ordered. I'd warned him it was on the hotter side of spicy, but he'd wanted to try it anyway. He chewed it for a minute, and then his eyes got big as the spice grew. That was the thing about Indian food. It wasn't a burn your mouth immediately like hot Mexican food. It snuck up on you. He swallowed it down and then reached for his drink. Here, eat some of the naan. It'll help. I pushed the basket of flatbread his way, and he grabbed a piece. You weren't kidding. That's hot. It is. Brennan setting his mouth on fire doesn't get you out of answering. How are things with you and Lucas? They're good. I haven't seen him since Monday night, but we text all the time, and he's picking me up for the weekend tomorrow. Lucas is taking a second weekend in a row off? Brennan asked. I guess. Does he usually not take weekends off? Depends on what he has going on at the shop, but it seems like every time we talk to him, he's behind on some build or another. I don't know. He just said he'd pick me up on Friday. Chapter 15. Lucas. I got to Big O's before any of the other guys and took a seat at the end of the bar. Owen wandered over to where I sat, bringing both of us a beer. "You joining us tonight?" I asked, nodding at the beer. He usually didn't drink while he was working. "Maybe. I think everything is under control. The new guy in the kitchen is working out great. And now that the new semester has started, Josh's schedule is a lot better, so he isn't as scattered. Those summer classes really kicked his ass." He pulled up a stool to the bar and took a seat. "What's up with you? Any awesome bikes you're working on?" "Not really. We finished up one this week, and we have 2 we're starting next week. I do have Ben's to work on. That should be fun." "It was his father's, right?" "It was. He died earlier this year. He'd rebuilt the engine already, so it shouldn't be too much work to finish it up." "He seems like a nice guy." "Yeah, he is. I like him." "Well, that was obvious at Ryder's place." "What was obvious at my place?" Ryder asked, taking a seat beside me. "Hey, Ryder, let me get you a beer," Owen said. "Josh is already bringing me one," Ryder said, pointing to where the bartender was at the other end of the bar. "Now, what was obvious?" "That Lucas over here is in deep with his boy," Owen said. "I said I liked him, not that I was in deep," I insisted. Owen gave me that look of his that said, whatever. "He seems like a great fit for you," Ryder said. "Brennan liked him. He was excited to go out with Travis and Brennan tonight. It was nice of them to invite him." "Speaking of Travis, where's Max?" Owen asked. "He had to run by one of the job sites and check on his newest crew. He'll be here shortly," Ryder said. "Oh, yeah. Speaking of new crews, how's yours going?" I asked him. "Good. It's weird not working with Desi every day, but he's enjoying running his own crew, and I like having 2 jobs going at once. Glad it's working out for you. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to have to do something." "I'm sure you'll figure something out." "I'm going to have to. If I want this thing with Ben to work, I can't keep working so many hours. That's why I said I didn't want a boy. It isn't fair to him for me to put him off all the time." "Have you had to put him off?" "Well, no, but it's only been a week. And I haven't had any of those crazy deadline builds lately. It'll happen eventually, and then he'll feel pushed aside." "Guess that's up to you, isn't it? All depends on how you handle it," Owen said, standing up. "I need to go check on the guys in the kitchen." "He isn't wrong." "He isn't. It's just easier to say than to do." "Believe me, I know it is. But if it matters, if Ben matters, you'll figure it out." Ben. "Morning, Daddy." Me. "Good morning, sugar. Did you sleep well?" "I did. What time are you picking me up tonight?" "How does 7 sound?" "Perfect." "Okay, you have a good day." "I will. It's Friday, which means it's donut day. Our boss brings in donuts every Friday." "I'm not sure donuts really constitute breakfast, but okay." "It does. Donuts have eggs and flour, and my favorite one even has bacon on top. See? Breakfast." "Okay, as long as it has bacon. LOL. I'll see you tonight." I chuckled as I put the phone in my pocket. I enjoyed our morning texts most of all. It was nice to check in midday, and our evening text seemed to turn into an actual call most nights, but hearing from him first thing was the perfect way to start my day. Although I'd rather start it out in person, which was why I was looking forward to this weekend. I went into the shop in a good mood. I even decided what Ben had said about the donuts sounded good, and I stopped and picked some up for the shop on my way in. We'd finished the project I'd been worried about just as Stan had said we would, which meant I got to spend time working on designs for the 2 that were lined up to start on Monday. I loved working with motorcycles, but the design part was my favorite. I did that all morning, and after lunch I worked on Ben's. The accident hadn't done as much damage as I'd feared, which was good, and by quitting time, I had it mostly stripped down so I could really get to work on the restoration. I could talk to him about it over the weekend, and come up with a plan for what it was going to look like finished. Benjamin. But we haven't seen you in days, and I want to tell you all about our trip, Rich whined. I rolled my eyes, glad he couldn't see me over the phone. I went out to dinner with you guys right before you left, and you sent me pictures of the trip the whole time you were gone. I know, but it's not the same. How about this? Let's go out to eat on Tuesday night. Or you and your new daddy could join us for brunch on Sunday. I'll have to see what we have planned. But as long as he agrees, we can do that. Okay, let me know. But also, yes to Tuesday either way. Michael has to work late, so it will just be us. Okay, but you have to promise to behave at brunch. Moi? You're asking for the impossible, sweetie. You know better. I laughed and shook my head. Fine, I'll let you know what he says. He should be here to pick me up any minute, and I need to finish getting ready. I got off the phone with Rich and went back to packing my overnight bag, adding an outfit that would work for brunch if Lucas agreed to go. I was sure he would, as long as he hadn't made other plans for us, and I wanted him to meet Rich and Michael. They mattered to me, so I wanted them to get along. Lucas rang the doorbell right at 7, just like he'd said, and I was ready and waiting for him. I opened the door and he reached for me, pulling me to him and kissing me. I melted into him, so thrilled to be in his arms again. It felt like it had been way longer than 4 days since he dropped me off at my house. Damn, it's good to see you, sugar. It's good to see you too, Daddy. I missed you. I don't think just weekends are going to cut it for me. We may have to institute a Wednesday date night, he said. I would be on board with that. He smiled down at me and gently brushed his thumb over my cheek. Are you ready to go? I am. Oh, but before I forget, my friends Rich and Michael wanted to know if we'd join them for brunch Sunday. Would that be okay? That would be fine with me, sugar. I'd love to meet your friends. Okay, I'll text Rich and let him know on the way to your place. Or to wherever we're going. I didn't ask if we were stopping anywhere on the way. Nope, headed straight home. I have a couple of steaks to toss on the grill for us. All I want is just a nice, quiet night at home with you tonight, if that's okay. That sounds perfect to me. It was a long week at work, and snuggling with you on the couch sounds like just what the doctor ordered. Well, you can tell me all about it over dinner, and then I promise to make you forget all about it afterwards. Lucas. It took us forever to find a place to park, but Ben swore this was the best place to get a good Eggs Benedict, and it would be worth it. Apparently, the last couple years of college, he, Rich, and Michael lived in an apartment a block or so away from it, and they had been coming here ever since. Even if I hadn't remembered the two from that first night in the club, I couldn't have missed them. They were sitting together on one side of the booth. Ben had talked enough about them for me to know that Michael, based on his size, sat on the inside, while Rich was on the outside, waving exuberantly at Ben. We made our way over, and Rich pulled Ben into a hug. I have so many pictures to show you from our trip, he exclaimed, and then turned to me. You must be Lucas. And you must be Rich, I said, sliding into my seat. The other guy stuck his hand out across the table. I'm Michael. Nice to meet you. We ordered our food, and I sat there and watched as Ben and Rich caught up. Apparently, Michael and Rich had just gone on a whitewater rafting trip, and they had tons of stories to tell and pictures to show. Michael and I shared a couple of "what are you going to do" looks, while the other two talked nonstop. It was fun to see Ben like this, so comfortable and open. They were pretty much talked out by the time the food arrived. Ben hadn't been wrong. It was basically a perfect Eggs Benedict, and I told him so after my first bite of the perfectly creamy hollandaise sauce. Time passed quickly as they asked me questions about motorcycles and shared stories about Ben that made him blush. It was easy to see how close Ben and Rich were, and how much Michael cared about Rich. By the time we left, I not only felt like I had made a couple of new friends, but I'd learned so much more about Ben. I dropped him back off at his house and gave him a kiss. I hated leaving him, but we both had stuff to do, and knowing we had decided to add in Wednesdays made letting him go a little bit easier. Chapter 16. Lucas. The last few weeks had flown by, and Ben and I had settled into a routine. Being with him was so comfortable. So far, I'd managed to take weekends off and leave early enough on Wednesdays for us to have a day in the middle of the week together as well, which is why I was disappointed when he sent me a message saying he was going to have to work late this Wednesday. But I couldn't get mad because I knew there were times that I'd have to do the same. So instead, I came up with a plan. Me. Why don't you come over after work on Thursday and just stay the weekend? Ben. But what about your daddy's night? If it's a choice between hanging out at the bar and drinking beer with Ryder and Coop, or seeing you, you win hands down. Unless you have plans with the other boys. We didn't have any plans this week. But if we did, like you said, I'd rather spend time with you. I'll just plan on seeing you tomorrow night. Don't forget to call me before bed. I shot off a text message to Ryder, Coop, and Max, letting them know that I wouldn't be there Thursday, but I was going to swing by Big O's tonight. I figured if I wasn't going to get to spend the evening with Ben, I might as well go by and have a beer with the guys. I took advantage of the time to take care of a few things I'd been ignoring. A few minutes after 6, Stan stuck his head in the door. "What are you doing here, boss? It's Wednesday." Ben had to work late tonight, so I thought I'd stay for a little while. What about you? When are you headed home? Just a couple more hours, and then I'll be at a good stopping spot, he said. Well, I'm about done here for tonight. Don't stay too long. I like this Ben guy, he said with a grin. What do you mean you like him? You haven't even met him. I don't have to meet him to see how different you've been. No different now than I've ever been. Right, he said with a chuckle. You've always left early. You've always come in with a smile on your face, and you've always encouraged us not to stay too long. And on that note, he turned and went back to work. I just shook my head because I knew he was right. I'd been happier, and I'd been leaving earlier, but somehow we were still getting the jobs done on time. I'd gotten replies back from Ryder and Max saying they couldn't make it tonight, so it looked like it would just be me, Cooper, and Owen. I stayed at work long enough that I was the last one to arrive, but they were used to that. I found them sitting in our usual spot, so I got a beer from Josh and took a seat. Hey, Cooper said, turning to face me. What's up? Nothing new, I said, taking a long drink of my beer. How about you guys? Same old, Owen said. Slow as always for a Wednesday. Cooper nodded. Things are slowing down. Not that I'm getting any extra time since all my summer help went back to school. If it continues on, I may have to look at getting a couple more year-round guys. So y'all are staying busy then? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not as crazy as the summer, but we got plenty to do. Between leaf removal, planting spring bulbs, and cleanup from the summer blooming plants, we're staying crazy busy. I have one summer guy who asked to stay on, and he was such a good worker I wasn't going to argue. His name is Connor. Anyway, he suggested we add seasonal decorating as a service this year, and we're already booked solid from the weekend after Thanksgiving to the 10th of December. Not to mention we're booked the first week of the new year to take the stuff all down. I don't know why I never thought of doing that before. Because you're a Scrooge who doesn't like the holidays, Owen said, laughing. That is not true. I like the holidays just fine. I just don't like feeling obligated to spend time with people I don't even like. This'll be the first year my parents will be in Florida. I don't even know what the holidays will look like for me this year. They're planning on coming here for Thanksgiving, but beyond that, I have no idea. Will you be spending it with Ben? Cooper asked. That's the plan, although I suppose I should talk to him about it. This will be the first year without his father alive, so I'm sure it will be hard. Both guys nodded in agreement. It doesn't really matter to me where we celebrate, as long as we do it together. You're keeping him then? Cooper asked. I turned to Cooper, shaking my head. He isn't a dog, Coop. He's a man. He just stared back at me, waiting. I shrugged and chuckled. Yeah, I'm keeping him. Thought so. Cooper nodded, turning back to his beer. Benjamin. This had turned out to be one of the longest days. We were on a deadline to get the mock-up of the art center in for them to approve. Our boss had told us earlier that morning we weren't leaving until it was done. Luckily, the team knew it was going to be a long day, so we'd ordered in food, so at least we hadn't all starved. By the time I got home, I was already later than normal calling Lucas. As I turned into the driveway, I noticed there was something taped to my front door. Damn solicitors. I pulled into the garage and went through the house to open the door to see what it was. I pulled it off, preparing to just throw it in the trash, when I realized it wasn't a printed flyer, but a handwritten note. Handwritten in handwriting I unfortunately recognized. Benny. I hated it when he called me Benny. I came by to see you tonight, but you weren't home. Give me a call when you get this, no matter how late. I can always come back over. Peter. I rolled my eyes as I wadded up the note and tossed it in the trash. Stupid fucker. No doubt Simon was out of town and he was drunk. I glanced at my watch. I didn't want to call Lucas this late, but I really wanted to hear his voice. But considering the time, I settled for a text. Me. Just got home, and I know it's late. I'm going to hop in the shower. If you're still up and want to talk, let me know, and I'll call you when I'm done. I didn't even make it into the shower before I got a response. Lucas. Take your time. No rush. Call me when you get out of the shower. Shit, he was sweet. I made the shower a quick one, just taking time to wash off the day. I hopped out, wrapping a towel around me, and immediately hit the call button. It didn't take but a second for him to answer. Hey, sugar? Hey, Daddy. How did things go at work? Pretty good. We got a lot accomplished. Our deadline to present this mock-up is Friday, and we got most of it done today, so I think we're in good shape. Good deal. So you won't have to stay late tomorrow or Friday? I shouldn't. As long as they get everything finished by noon on Friday, we should get the designs submitted with plenty of time to spare. Good. I missed you tonight. I missed you too. I like our Wednesdays. Me too, sugar. Any idea what we should do this weekend? I'm tired. Too tired to think about anything fun. I have a few ideas, but we can talk about that tomorrow night. Why don't I let you go so you can get some sleep? Are you going to come over here straight from work tomorrow? That's my plan. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 17. Benjamin. I woke up Saturday morning and rolled over onto my back, stretching like a satisfied cat. I couldn't say if Lucas's mattress was really that much better than mine, or if it was just sleeping next to him, but either way, I always slept better at his house. I heard the sounds of dishes clattering from the kitchen, so I knew he was down there fixing breakfast. I swear, Daddy was obsessed with feeding me breakfast. I considered rolling over and going back to sleep, but then the smell of coffee and bacon hit me. I had to admit I didn't really mind eating breakfast that much when someone else cooked it. I went to my bag and dug out a pair of boxers and a t-shirt, pulling them on and going to see how close the food was to being ready. When I walked into the kitchen, his back was to me. He was wearing a pair of basketball shorts, but no shirt. I stopped for a minute, admiring the way the muscles moved in his back as he worked. But the smell of coffee lured me over to where he stood. I grabbed a cup out of the cabinet and started to pour myself a cup. Good morning, sleepyhead, he said with a grin. Too early in the morning, Daddy, I mumbled, taking a drink of the coffee. It's not that early. It's late enough I thought I'd have to come and wake you up. I shook my head and took another drink. He just laughed at me and went back to cooking breakfast. I wandered over to the table and took a seat. What are the plans for today? I asked. I was thinking we'd go for a motorcycle ride. It won't be long before it gets too cold, so I want to make the best of the days we have left. That sounds like fun. We hadn't been out on his motorcycle yet, so I thought it would be good for me to see what it was all about. I thought so. And Max, Ryder, and Owen are going to come, but that's not till this afternoon. This morning there's something I want to show you at my shop. He brought plates to the table covered in bacon and eggs. Then he went to the oven and took out a pan of what looked like homemade biscuits. I watched as he took them off the pan, put them in a basket, and brought them to the table. "Wow, Daddy, are we expecting company for breakfast?" He looked down at all the food that was spread out in front of us and chuckled. "No, sugar, it's just the two of us. I guess I did go a little overboard." "You could say that. But it all looks delicious." He got himself a fresh cup of coffee and took a seat across from me. We both filled our plates and started to eat. "What is it you want to show me at your shop? Is it my pop's bike?" He nodded. "It isn't finished yet, though, but it's getting close. Seriously, thank you for what you're doing. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do with it when you're all finished, but I know my pop would be thrilled to know that you're the one doing it." "I liked your father. He was a good guy. It was easy to see he really cared about the job he was doing on the motorcycle." Lucas. I did want to show Ben the motorcycle, but that wasn't the real reason I wanted to take him to the shop. I didn't know if he would keep the motorcycle or not, but either way, I wanted to teach him how to ride so he'd be able to make that decision knowing what it felt like to ride it. I had a perfect starter bike and enough room out behind my shop for him to practice without me having to worry about him in traffic until he was comfortable. I pulled around to the back of the shop and parked. "Wow," he said. "I didn't realize you had this much space back here." "Yeah, before I bought the shop, it was used as a moving truck rental place. This was where they parked the trucks and stuff. Come on, let's go inside." "Who all is here?" he asked, looking at the pickups parked beside us. "Looks like both Stan and Craig are here. I told them both to take the weekend off." We went inside to find both guys bent over the hood of an old pickup. "What are you guys doing here?" I asked. Stan lifted his head and glared at me until he saw Ben, and then he smiled. He grabbed a rag out of his back pocket and wiped his hands, coming towards us. "You must be Ben. It's nice to meet you. I'm Stan." "Nice to meet you too, Stan." Stan turned to me. "We're just working on Craig's truck. All our tools are here, so we figured it would be easier just to bring it up here." "Gotcha. I just wanted to show Ben the progress we've made on his motorcycle. I took it out to the paint booth yesterday before I left, so it would be ready for you Monday morning," Stan said. "Awesome. Thanks, man. I appreciate it." I reached for Ben's hand. "Want to go see where we are so far?" "I do," he said. He turned to the guys. "It was nice to meet y'all." We went through the back door and out to the cinder block building out back that served as our paint booth. "We're ready to paint, and that's why I wanted you to see it. I want to make sure we do it in a color and a design you like." I pushed open the door, holding it for him. "There's a light switch just there on your right." He flipped the switch, and I let the door close behind me. We walked to the center of the room where the pieces of the motorcycle to be painted had all been placed. "I'm not even sure what I'm looking at," he said with a laugh. "It's all in pieces." "It is. That will make it easier for us to paint the individual pieces. I have a selection of original colors for the motorcycle that you can choose if you want it to be authentic. Or if you want, you can choose something else entirely." "I think I want something custom. Can you do that?" "I can. Do you know what you want?" "No. No idea, actually. But I trust you to do something awesome." "Are you sure?" I already knew what I'd do if he left it up to me, but I wanted to be sure that was what he wanted. "I'm sure." We went back out of the paint booth and started walking across to the main shop area when Ben stopped in the middle looking around. "I thought you said you didn't have enough room to bring in new guys, but you have plenty of space here." "We have room to expand, but not with the current structure. I'm just not sure if it's worth it, or at least I wasn't. Stan has really stepped up and has me thinking that he's ready to do projects on his own with very limited supervision. I had just been thinking of a bigger shop and more jobs as more work for me, but I'm starting to see that it doesn't have to be that way." He looked around thoughtfully for a minute and then nodded like he had an idea. "Let me help," he said suddenly. "What do you mean?" "Let me do a little research and draw up some plans for you. Even in your shop, you have more room than you realize. It just wasn't designed for your use. Okay, sure, why not? Awesome. There's one more thing I want to do before we leave, if you're game. Come with me. He followed me into the storefront to the helmets. I was glad to see you wore your father's when you took the bike for a spin, but I'd rather you have one that fits appropriately. Let's get you your own. I handed him one I thought would work, and he slid it on his head. I checked the fit, and once I decided it was appropriate, I took his hand. Okay, come with me. We went out to the side lot where I had a couple motorcycles we were working on, and I picked the one I wanted. It was a smaller bike that I thought would fit him well. I wheeled it over to him. Let's go outside. I pushed the motorcycle with us until we cleared the edge of the building, and nothing was in front of us but the empty lot where the previous owners parked the trucks. Okay, put your helmet on and hop on. By myself? He asked, looking at me like I was crazy. Yep, by yourself. I didn't think the actual idea you had to try riding the motorcycle was bad. You just didn't do it in the appropriate place. This area is safe, and I'm here to talk you through it, okay? He nodded, took a deep breath, and swung his leg over the seat. This one isn't as comfortable as the one my pop had. No, it isn't as nice a bike either, and it isn't one I'd want to ride a long distance, but it'll be perfect for what we're doing today. Honestly, I don't think you need much more instruction, aside from a reminder that you need to let off the clutch slowly. One of two things will happen if you don't. Either what happened the other day will happen, or the engine will stall. Neither is good. So go ahead and start it up and ride it around here a little bit. Chapter 18. Benjamin. By the time we made it back to Lucas's house, I was beat. It had been a fun but busy day. I'd learned to drive a motorcycle, eaten enough food for 3 people, and spent the entire afternoon riding through the countryside with friends. It had been fun, but honestly, I'd rather go by car. Not that I didn't enjoy riding behind Lucas on his motorcycle or the feel of the autumn air, because I did. It's just that I like it better when I can joke with my friends and talk to them on the road instead of having to wait until we stop. Lucas loves it, though, so it's something I'd do again for sure. I collapsed on his couch and said, "You should have a cat." I had no idea where the thought came from, but I wasn't wrong. "What?" he asked. "A cat, or birds, or even fish. Something. You should get a pet." He sat down beside me and pulled me close. "Sugar, before you came along, I was never here. There was no reason for me to have a pet I never saw." "You really usually work that much?" I asked. He'd mentioned a few times to me that he did, and there was that one time when we first got together when I felt like he was warning me off, but I'd never seen any evidence of him actually doing it. "You have no idea," he said grimly. "Most days I'm at the shop before the sun comes up, and I stay there until way after it goes down. Making Vaughn's custom cycles a success has been the only thing I've ever cared about for more years than I care to mention." "You don't seem like that much of a workaholic to me." "That's because I've been making an effort to find some kind of balance. I'm starting to see that there are other things in life besides work." "Are you now?" I asked. "And what happened to make you see that?" "Well, you see, this boy I barely knew basically wrecked his way into my life, and suddenly everything became clear," he teased. "Oh, I see. He must be a pretty special boy," I said. "That he is," he said, leaning down and taking my mouth with his. I relaxed against him, and he slid his hand up into my hair, deepening the kiss. Part of me wanted to stop him, to make sure he knew he didn't have to change his life or who he was for me. But when he gripped me around the waist and moved me so that I was straddling his lap, all rational thought left me. I could tell him that later. Much later, I decided. We continued kissing as he used his hands to rock my body against his. "Hold on, sugar," he growled as he stood in one swift motion. I wrapped my legs around his waist and held on tight as he carried me to the bedroom. I'd always been sensitive about my size, and I'd never liked being manhandled or carried around. At least, not until Lucas. He didn't make me feel short or weak. He made me feel wanted and special. Lucas. I carried Ben upstairs to the bed, and then slowly let him slide to the floor. Fuck. I can't get enough of you, sugar. Me either, Daddy. Sitting behind you on that motorcycle all afternoon had me hard as a rock. I laughed. Tell me about it. I felt it pressing into me the whole time. I want to taste you, Daddy. Please? Such a good boy, asking so nicely, I said, giving a little push on his shoulders. He dropped to his knees in front of me and undid the button on my jeans. I pushed them down and stepped out of them, but before I could do the same to my boxer briefs, he leaned forward, mouthing my hard cock through the fabric, and fuck, that felt good. I let him play for a minute, and then pushed them down so they joined my jeans on the floor. He licked up the underside of my cock, then swirled his tongue around the head. Go on, boy, suck my cock. He looked up at me, licking his lips, and fuck if that wasn't just about the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. He gripped my cock at the base, and then did as I said, taking the head into his mouth and sucking. He took his time licking and sucking until I thought I'd lose my mind. Then he braced both hands on my thighs and sunk down, taking me to the back of his throat, and I groaned in approval. He pulled off slowly and then began to bob his head up and down. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back. I couldn't watch him because if I did, this night was going to be over before we even got started. I let him play as long as I could before I wrapped my fingers in his hair and pulled him off. That's enough, I said gruffly. He looked up at me with wide eyes. I wasn't done, he pouted. You were because I said you were, I said, giving his ass a hard swat. Even with his pants on, it had to have stung, and he gasped, his eyes growing even darker. I popped him again on the other cheek. He moaned, and I chuckled. It was just as I suspected. My boy liked spanking a little too much for it to be a punishment. Who's the one who's in control in the bedroom? You are, Daddy. That's right, sugar. But don't worry. I'll take good care of you as long as you're a good boy. Now take off your clothes and get up on the bed. He quickly complied. I pulled off my shirt and climbed onto the bed beside him. Look at you. You're so damn beautiful. I reached to the side and grabbed a condom and the lube off the bedside table. I rolled back to him and handed him the condom. Put this on me, sugar. Get me ready for you. I moved closer to him on my knees so he could reach me. He took the package from me and tore it open with his teeth. Then he rolled the condom down my length. Good job. Now, I handed him the lube. You get yourself ready for me. I want to watch. He looked a little unsure of himself as he looked up at me, but he took the lube. I moved to the bottom of the bed so I could see what he was doing. He popped open the top and drizzled the liquid over his fingers. My eyes followed the fingers of his other hand as he slowly ran it down his torso to cup his balls, moving them to the side. He dropped his legs to the side, giving me a perfect view of his hole as he reached down to tease it with his slick finger. He slid one finger in and then added a second. He let out a little moan as he moved his fingers in and out. Fuck, sugar. You're killing me here, I said, reaching down and stroking my cock slowly. Daddy, he gasped. It feels so good, but I need more. What do you need, baby boy? Tell me. I need you, Daddy, please. I need you inside me. I reached for the bottle of lube he dropped on the bed beside him and slicked up my cock. He removed his fingers and let his hands fall over his head. There you go. Keep those hands right there. I moved into place and slowly slid inside his waiting hole. His heat enveloped me, and I groaned. Fuck, Ben, you feel so damn good. I began to move, pumping in and out of him. Yes, right there, he moaned, tossing his head from side to side. I could see he was struggling to keep his hands where I told him as he lifted his hips, meeting me thrust for thrust. "I need to come, please, Daddy." "Not yet," I said firmly, pulling out of him. "Roll over for me. I want you up on your hands and knees." He rolled over and got into position. I moved up behind him, gripping his thighs to hold him in place, and slid home. "Oh," he said with a groan, "you're so deep." I used my grip on his hips to pull him back against me, meeting each thrust, pushing me even deeper. "Yes, please, more," he begged, and with each word I was getting closer to my release. I pulled him up to me, wrapping one arm around his chest so his back was pressed against my front, holding him. "Touch yourself, sugar. Come with me." He grasped his cock and began to jerk. I continued to pump into him, loving the friction from this position. He let out a long moan as his muscles clenched around me, and he came. I released my hold on him, and he fell to his hands. I thrust a few more times as my orgasm rushed over me. I pulled out of him and tossed the condom in the wastebasket by the bed. I reached for him, pulling him into my arms as I collapsed onto the bed beside him. "We should take a shower, right?" he said reluctantly. "Or I could just get us a warm cloth, and then we can go to sleep. How does that sound?" "Perfect, Daddy. That sounds perfect." Chapter 19. Lucas. Benjamin was sitting on the couch in my living room, flipping through the stack of takeout menus I normally kept in the drawer by the fridge. "You know," he sighed, "one of us should probably learn to cook." "Probably," I agreed with a chuckle. "Let's just go simple tonight and maybe order pizza." "We could, or I suppose that we could go out to eat." I was about to suggest Mexican when my phone rang. I checked the caller ID and saw that it was my brother John. "Hey man, what's up?" "Not much. I know you're probably still at work, but actually I'm not at work. I'm at home, trying to figure out what to do about dinner." "You're at home at 6 o'clock?" "I am. Is there something you needed?" "Yeah, I could use a hand if you have the time. I bought a new washer and dryer for the house here. You know, the ones that Mom and Dad had here in the house were probably the same ones they had the day you were born," he said with a laugh. "Probably. But unfortunately, the washer gave out on us, and I had to buy a new one. But I can't get the old one out of the house to put the new one in. These bitches are heavy." "Yeah, no problem. I can come over and give you a hand. Tina says she'll make you an apple pie if you come help us get this stuff situated." "Tell Tina she's a goddess among women." I glanced over at Benjamin, who was listening to my end of the conversation. "That sounds great. Ben and I were just talking about going out to eat. We can come by and help you first." "Oh, I didn't realize you had company. Tina and I already ate. I didn't expect you to be able to come until later, or we would have had you come early enough to eat." "That's okay. Like I said, we were already planning to go out anyway." I turned to Ben, putting the phone on mute. "It's my brother on the phone. He needs me to help him move a washing machine. It shouldn't take long, and then we can go eat." "You want me to go with you and meet your brother?" he asked. "Yeah, my brother and his wife, Tina." He smiled, and I was glad I'd asked. I didn't take people to meet my family, but Ben was different, and it was time he knew it. "Sure," he said. "Why not?" I took the phone off of mute and put it back up to my ear. "Sure, John. Ben and I'll be right over. It's about time y'all met him anyway." Benjamin. I couldn't believe Lucas had invited me to go and meet his brother and his family. I had been planning to invite him to come to dinner with me at my mom's, as she had suggested, but I just hadn't been sure if we were at the meeting the family stage or not. Looks like Lucas thought we were. It wasn't far to the house that Lucas's brother lived in. It was a neat as a pin little brick rancher with a well-kept yard, pretty flowers and hanging baskets, and 2 rockers sitting on the porch. "So this is the house you grew up in?" I asked. "It is." He looked around for a minute, almost like he was seeing it for the first time. He smiled and turned to me. It was a good place to grow up. We got out of the car, went up to the door, and Lucas knocked. We didn't wait long before the door opened, and a petite woman that I would have guessed to be in maybe her late 40s stood there with a welcoming smile on her face. "Lucas, I can't tell you how much we appreciate this. I don't know what I was thinking when I got rid of my washer and dryer when we bought this house from your mom and dad." "It's no problem at all," Lucas assured her. He turned to me and smiled. He reached out and took my hand, pulling me forward. "Tina, this is Ben. Ben, this is my brother's much better half, Tina." "Hey, I heard that," a voice came from somewhere further in the house. Then an older version of Lucas entered the foyer. He was wiping his hands off with a towel. When he reached us, he put the towel in his back pocket and reached out to shake mine. "Nice to meet you, Ben. I'm this one's," he pointed at Lucas with his thumb, "older brother John." "It's nice to meet you both," I said. Lucas rubbed his hands together. "Okay, where's this new washer? I say we get the hard part done so Ben and I can go eat." I pulled the truck into the backyard near the door. The new washer and dryer are in the back. We'll have to pull the old ones out, put in the new ones, and then load the old ones. I should have just let the store handle it. I'm getting too old for this shit. Lucas chuckled. "Speak for yourself, old man." "Ben, why don't you come with me? I'm going to get everyone something to drink." I watched Lucas and John as they headed through the house. Part of me felt like I should go with them, but then Tina shook her head good-naturedly. "Trust me, they got this. When those two get started on something, the best thing to do is just leave them to it." I nodded and followed her into the kitchen. I considered arguing that I should go with them to help, but in the end decided it wasn't worth causing a fuss. "I have beer, iced tea, Coke, and water. What would you like?" "Just a beer would be fine." "That's easy enough," she said, taking out 3 beers. She got herself a glass, filled it with ice, and poured herself a glass of tea. "We can go out back and supervise from the patio chairs." I laughed and followed her out, taking a seat. "Well, at least the view is good." I motioned towards the pickup truck, where the 2 guys were lifting and moving the heavy appliances. "That is the truth," she said with a laugh. "So, how did you and Lucas meet?" "My father passed away last year and left me a motorcycle. Lucas is working on it." "I see. Well, it couldn't be in better hands. Lucas is the best." "I agree. He says y'all just recently bought this place from his parents?" "We did. It just all worked out, timing-wise. Carter moved out a few years ago, so we were talking about downsizing anyway. Then about that same time, Martin and Ruth were thinking about retiring and moving to Florida. I'd always liked their neighborhood, so now here we are." "And Carter is in Dallas, right? I think that's what Lucas said." "He is. He and Lucas are close. Have you met him yet?" "I haven't, but Lucas has talked about him." "Well, he'll be excited to meet you. We all are. Lucas never brings anyone by. He must think you are something special." "I can't say if he does or not, but I think he's pretty special." Chapter 20. Lucas. "Checkmate," Ben said. I studied the board, and it took me a minute to figure out how he just won. We'd been playing on Saturday afternoons for a few weeks now. I still couldn't figure out how to beat him. "I think I should have stuck with something that depends more on luck than skill," I said, laughing. "Nonsense. It just takes time to learn. Besides, you're getting better. It was harder to beat you this time." "If you say so." "I do. Now, what else is on the agenda for this weekend?" "I have no idea. Next week is going to be crazy, so I don't really want to do much. This whole being in a relationship thing was new to me, as was taking the weekend off. Normally I spent my weekends working, not coming up with fun things to do." "What's going to be crazy about next week?" he asked. "We're finishing up a build. It's been one of those kinds, where if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. But the guy who ordered it is coming to pick it up at the end of the week, so we have to get it done. He studied my face and said, "Lucas, you know you don't have to spend every weekend with me. If you need to work, I get it." I stared at him, trying to explain what I was thinking. Any relationship I had had in the past, the person I was with didn't feel like they mattered more than the shop, and I didn't want him to feel that way. "I tell you what, why don't you go into work this weekend? I have a book I want to read, and I really need to do laundry. Plus, I have a project I'm working on that I've been neglecting." "Are you sure, sugar?" I asked. "I'm sure. We don't have plans this weekend anyway, so we might as well be productive." I really could use the extra time on the motorcycle, and he honestly seemed like he didn't mind. I decided to take him at his word and try to get some things done. "The next Daddy Boy Night at Club Verde is next weekend. Do you want to go?" I asked. "That sounds like fun, Daddy. I'd love to go with you." "All right. I'll go get changed and head on to the shop then," I said, waiting to see if he changed his mind. "Sounds good. I'm going to head home. Maybe I'll give Rich a call and see if he and Michael want to come over and have a wine night. We haven't done that in a while." He gave me a kiss and then grinned. "I'll talk to you before bed." Benjamin. I could tell all morning that something was bothering Lucas, and as soon as he mentioned the motorcycle build, I knew that was it. I knew his business was important to him, and I knew he was trying to find a way to balance his business and having time for me. But the simple fact was sometimes life just happened, and work had to come first. I called Rich and suggested a wine night. He agreed but wanted to do it at his place instead. I readily agreed, because while my place wasn't dirty, it wasn't exactly tidy right now anyway. Another reason why I needed a weekend at home. My laundry wasn't the only chore I'd let slip. I took an Uber to Rich and Michael's, because moderation had never been my strong suit where good wine was concerned, and crashing on their couch did not sound like a recipe for a productive day tomorrow. As predicted, I drank too much wine and shared way too much about what a good daddy Lucas was. It had been wonderful to spend the evening with them, and I promised the four of us would try to do better about getting together. I sent a text to Lucas letting him know I was totally drunk, but I was being safe, and then I headed home. By the time the car arrived and made the drive to my house, I was feeling much more myself. That was the thing about wine. It hit me fast, but it wore off quickly, too. I thanked my driver and got out. I made it most of the way to the porch when I noticed someone sitting on the step. I glanced at the driveway, but there was no car there. The smart thing to do would have been to back away, but something about the guy looked familiar. I got a little closer, and then I realized who it was. "Peter, what are you doing here?" I asked. "I came by to see you. What do you think I'm doing here?" he asked. "I don't want you here, Peter. Go home to Simon." "Simon is out of town. He went to his parents for the weekend. I swear he spends so much time there he might as well move home." I didn't point out that maybe his new boyfriend was staying away because he was such an insufferable ass. That wouldn't have been a useful thing to say. Instead, I just repeated what I'd already said. "I don't want you here." "You know you miss me, Benny. What we had was special." "What we had is over." I sidestepped around him quickly, not giving him time to get up. I already had my key out and ready, so I quickly opened the door and shut it behind myself, locking it. He tried the doorknob, but when it didn't open, he tried one last time. "Come on, Benny, let me in." I didn't answer. I just stood there waiting to see what he would do. I thought about calling Lucas, but I knew he would be beat. Besides, Peter was harmless. At least I thought he was. Sure enough, when I didn't answer, he reverted back to his normal asshole behavior. "You ungrateful bitch. I came all the way over here to see you, and you won't even open the door? Fine, I can find some slut to suck my cock in any of a dozen places. Your loss, Benny." I watched through the peephole as he made his way down the sidewalk and across the street to his parked car. He was such an ass. But hopefully he got the hint, and this was the last time I saw him. Lucas. Damn it. We're going to have to redo it. It doesn't fit right, and there's no way I can sell this motorcycle like this. I hated having to redo things, especially on a deadline. Nothing got on my nerves the way that did. But there was no two ways around it. My only option was to stay tonight and get it done. You know I would do it by myself if I could, Lucas. I know, Craig, but this isn't a one-man job. I'll stay. I just need to call Ben and let him know I won't be getting off early tonight. I hated letting him down. This would be the first time I had to cancel on him, and I really hated to do it, especially after I ended up working over the weekend instead of spending it with him. I knew he would understand. Hell, it had been his idea for me to come in over the weekend, and it was a good thing I had. This build had just been one problem after another, and if I hadn't worked all weekend, there was no way we would have gotten even this close to done. But still, there was this part of me that felt like if I gave myself permission to cancel on him, it would be me going back to my old ways. But there was just no way around this. We had to get it done. I called and let Ben know I had to stay late. I hate you have to work late, but call me when you get home, okay? I hate it too, sugar, but I'll call you as soon as I can. I turned back to Craig. Okay, let's get this done. We'd been at it for about 2 hours when there was a knock on the back door, and Ben walked in carrying a box filled with containers. I brought food. I'll put it in your office. It's nothing special, just some subs from the shop up the road. I followed him into the office and pulled him into a hug. You didn't have to do this. I know, but I also knew if you were trying to rush on this bike, you probably wouldn't stop to eat. Anyway, I'm on my way over to my mom's for dinner, so I have to get going. Call me when you get home. You know what? I have a better idea. Why don't you go wait at my house for me, and I'll see you there when I get home? That sounds like a plan to me, he said. I handed him my key so he could get in, then kissed him goodbye. Thanks for the food. I went back over where Craig was still working. There are subs in the office if you're hungry. That was really nice of him to bring those by, Craig said. It was. He's pretty special. By the time we finished everything up and I headed home, I wasn't sure Ben would still be up. But when I pulled in and saw his car in the driveway, I felt a sense of rightness, like this was the way it was supposed to be. I pulled into the garage and went inside the house. Sugar, I'm home, I called out, not wanting to startle him. I'm in the living room. I hung up my car keys and made my way to him. I don't know what I'd expected him to be doing, watching television or something, but I hadn't expected him to be working. He was on his computer working on a building, moving walls around. What are you doing? I asked. Come look. This is your new shop, he said. Really? I took a seat next to him and he took me on a virtual tour. Ben, this is awesome. This is what I was working on last weekend. It would give you enough space to have 2 complete builds going on at the same time, not to mention places for other projects that are in different stages. And it keeps the long strip here through the middle where you can test drive the motorcycles like you have now. Wow, I don't even know what to say. This could actually work. I can make any adjustment you want, just let me know. I will. I pulled him in my arms. I really am sorry I had to cancel on you tonight. I know, Daddy, but it happens. I know that's something you worry a lot about, but you don't have to. You've shown me over and over again that I matter. You having to work late because you're on a deadline isn't going to change that. Thank you. I kissed him. Now I'm beat. I'm going to go grab a shower, and then we can go to bed. Chapter 21. Benjamin. On Tuesday, Travis had sent a text in our group chat asking me what I was wearing to Club Verde on Friday night, and when I responded I was planning on wearing a pair of jeans and a shirt, my phone rang. I answered, but before I even said anything, he started talking. You can't go out to Club Verde with Lucas dressed like it's a normal date. He's going to want to show you off. Thursday night has just turned into a shopping trip. Yay, I'll pick you up. Then he hung up without me even saying a word. That night when I climbed in the back seat of his car, I said, "I don't even have any idea what I'm looking for or where we're going." "You don't have to worry about it. I know just the shop for us to go to." "Okay, I'll put myself in your capable hands then." "You're a very brave man," Brennan said with a laugh. It turned out to be a fun shopping trip, and I spent more than I should have, but I was having fun embracing this side of myself for the first time publicly. Up until now, I had gone to clubs to play for a night. Peter and I had what he thought of as a daddy-boy relationship, which was nothing like what I wanted. I hadn't had a chance to really experience it as me until now, but this relationship with Lucas was opening my eyes to how it could be. "So, what are you going to wear tomorrow night?" Travis asked, looking at my bags. "I don't know yet, but now I have options." I'd been excited about all of my purchases the other night, but tonight I was a little less confident. It wasn't anything like what I normally wore. I looked in the mirror at the shorts Travis had insisted made my ass look fabulous, and had to agree he did have good taste. I slid on the black cropped hoodie that I picked out that said Daddy's Boy in hot pink, and turned around and looked in the mirror. I stared at myself and wondered, could I really go out in public dressed like this? I mean, not out to dinner or to the movies, but to Club Verde on Daddy's night? Yeah, I thought I could. Actually, I thought I looked pretty damn good. And apparently, Lucas agreed. When he opened the door, he didn't even say hi. He just let out a little growl and reached for my bare torso. He leaned in close to my ear and said, "Buck, you look hot." I giggled and leaned into him. "You think so?" Travis seemed to think the shirt was a good idea. "Yeah, well, Travis can be trouble, but he wasn't wrong this time. You look amazing. I can't wait to show you off." I hadn't been sure until that moment, but there wasn't anything he could have said that would have made me feel more confident in the way I looked right now. "Well then, let's get going. I know Travis and Max are going, but I'm not as sure about Ryder and Brennan. Do you think they'll go?" "Ryder said they were going, so I assume they'll be there." Brennan was still trying to decide on Thursday. "Has he ever been to one of the daddy nights at Club Verde before?" I asked. "I don't think so. They're pretty private about their relationship. But I think Brennan's getting more comfortable with the idea. How about you, Sugar? Are you ready to go out in public as my boy?" "I've only been to things like this by myself, never with someone, but I can't wait to go with you tonight. I love the idea that everyone there will know you're my daddy." Lucas. If I didn't know how excited Ben was to go tonight, I swear after the way he answered the door, I would have bailed on the event and taken him straight to bed. He had on a pair of tiny shorts that barely covered the important parts, with a cropped hoodie that showed off his stomach in a way that was basically begging me to touch him. He'd added just the lightest touch of makeup to his eyes, making them pop. The effect was stunning. When we arrived at the club, I took his hand until we got inside. I knew with the way he looked, all eyes would be on him when we walked in, and I wanted to make it clear from the beginning that he was mine. I'd never been overly possessive, but we could just add that to the list of things that were different with Ben. We went inside and found our way to the table that the guys had claimed. Cooper, Max, and Travis were there, and when they saw us, Travis hopped up and ran over to Ben. He leaned in and whispered something in his ear that caused Ben to blush, then said, "Let's go get you guys something to drink. I just heard from Brennan, and they're on their way, so we can get them a drink as well." "Sounds good," Ben said, turning to me. "Do you want a beer, Daddy?" "Sure thing, Sugar." I reached in my pocket and took out my card and handed it to him. "Why don't you start us a tab?" He took the card, then leaned over and gave me a kiss, before they headed for the bar, leaving me standing there. I watched them walk away and then went to the table, taking a seat facing the bar so I could keep an eye on Ben. "I think you lost your boys," Cooper said. "Nah, they'll be back. At least I hope so. I need a drink." "Travis is so excited that both Ben and Brendan are coming tonight," Max said. "I know he gets tired of hanging out with us all the time, So it's good that Brennan and Ben are joining us, Coop said, taking a drink of his beer. When are you going to find yourself a boy? Max asked. Who knows? Maybe tonight will be my lucky night. I was about to say something back to Cooper, but I noticed a guy who was getting way too friendly with Ben at the bar. I started to get up, but Max grabbed my forearm, stopping me. Give him a second. Our boys can take care of themselves. If they need us, they'll let us know. I don't like it, I said. I don't either, but it happens every time we come out. I learned early that Travis loves knowing I would destroy someone if they hurt him, but he also likes knowing I trust him to handle himself. I think Ben is the same. Fine, I grumbled, but I didn't like it. I understood what Max was saying, but that guy was every bit of 6 feet tall and had to weigh 250. I loved Ben's size. I loved that I could pick him up and carry him up the stairs the way I had the other day. I loved that when I wrapped him in my arms, his head rested comfortably on my chest. What I didn't like was the disadvantage that put him at against a man like that. Benjamin. I'd been glad to see that Travis was already here, and I was thrilled when he said Brennan was on his way. I loved Rich. He and Michael were wonderful friends. I wouldn't trade them for anything. But it was nice to have friends who understood this part of me. Rich tried, and not a lot of friends would come to an event like this when it wasn't their thing, but Rich had, because he knew it was mine. You were right, you know. Lucas loved my outfit. I knew he would. You look hot in it. Do you think Brennan will wear what he bought? I asked. Probably not. At least not tonight. Maybe eventually. It's a pretty big step for him even to come tonight. I know. I'm glad he's coming, though. He's such a good guy. He is. I'm so glad he and Ryder found each other. You and Lucas, too. I got so tired of sitting around with them, listening to them talk about motorcycles all the time. Do you play softball? No, I said, wondering where on earth that came from. Good. I'll have someone to sit with next spring. Daddy is talking about getting a team together, and I do not run. Oh, Lucas would love that. He mentioned that he used to play. We stepped up to the bar for our turn to order, when I felt someone step up way closer to me than I was comfortable with. Well, hello, boys. How are you doing tonight? I turned to find a huge guy standing to my left. Fine, thanks, I said in my nicest leave me the fuck alone voice, but apparently he didn't get the message. Whatever they want is on me, Ray, he said, stepping in even closer, crowding me. I turned to face him and gave him a tolerant smile. That's really nice of you, but we'll pass. No, really. I insist. Pretty boys like you shouldn't have to buy your own drinks, he said, reaching out like he was going to touch me. I took as much of a step back as the bar behind me allowed, which was not quite far enough, and his hand landed on my bare side. Okay, look, I'm going to do you a favor, I said, reaching down and gripping his wrist. Oh, yeah? And what would that be? He leered, running his eyes down my body. I pulled his hand off of me and flung it back at him. I'm going to save your life, asshole. You see those men sitting over there? I motioned to where Lucas, Max, and Cooper sat. Well, the one in the black t-shirt is about a half a second away from taking you apart piece by piece. So I suggest you keep your hands off me. I turned back to the bartender like the asshole didn't even exist and handed him Lucas's card. My daddy said to ask you to start us a tab, if you don't mind. You got it, sweet boy, the bartender said with a wink. Now, what can I get for you? Chapter 22. Lucas. Sitting there while that jerk put his hand on Ben was not fun, but seeing his face when he turned back to me was worth it. Max had been right. Ben had handled the situation just fine on his own. He and Travis came back to the table carrying the drinks. They sat them down on the table, and then, to my surprise, Ben slid into my lap instead of sitting in a chair next to me. I wrapped my arms around him and nuzzled his neck. As far as I was concerned, this was the perfect place for him to sit. "You guys should have heard Ben," Travis exclaimed. "He put that guy in his place." "I saw that," I said, not even pretending I hadn't been watching. "It was awesome." "What was awesome?" Brennan asked, sliding into the seat that Ben hadn't taken. "Brennan, you totally missed it. There was this guy hitting on Ben," Travis started. "Not just me. He was hitting on both of us." "Sure he was." Travis rolled his eyes. "He was totally into you. I was just with you. But that doesn't matter. What matters is Ben put him in his place." Ben handed Brennan the drink he'd got for him, and they clinked glasses. "Good for you." I was surprised that they had come tonight. Ryder had wanted to come, but he'd been worried Brennan would be uncomfortable. But he looked relaxed and happy to be here. "Are you guys up for a ride tomorrow?" I asked. "I am," Cooper said. "Will you boys be joining us?" "Nope, it's a spa day," Brennan said. "Ben is joining us." "I am, and I am excited. It sounds fun." We spent the next hour drinking and laughing while the boys pointed out single guys they thought would be a good match for Cooper. I could have sat there all night joking with my friends with Ben on my lap. He turned to me, grinning. "It's a lot more fun to be here with you instead of being here before on my own." "Sugar, everything is more fun when you're with me than it was before." He leaned over and kissed me. "As much fun as it's been. I'd rather be home with you, to be honest." "Well, we don't have to stay long." "How long?" he asked, rubbing his ass back against my hard cock. "I think we can go any time if you're ready." "Oh, I'm ready," he said. "Okay, let me go pay the tab. You can tell Brennan and Travis goodbye, and I'll meet you at the front." It took me forever to get through the people waiting at the bar, but I finally made it up there and paid our tab and collected my card. I'd seen Ben head to the front a few minutes ago, so I went that direction. I made my way through the crowd but didn't see Ben right away. Finally, I saw him off to the side, talking to a tall guy who looked vaguely familiar. It took a second for it to click where I knew him from. The ex from the first night I saw him here. Ben had proven earlier that he could take care of himself, but there was no way I would leave him to deal with this douche on his own. I stalked over just in time to hear Ben say, "Are you insane?" "You know you still want me, Benny. You need me, and Daddy needs his boy." The jerk reached out and grabbed him just as I stepped up behind Ben. "Don't you dare fucking touch him," I growled out. Ben stepped back into me, and my arms went around him. "Who the hell are you?" the jerk spat out. Benjamin. I didn't even give Lucas a chance to answer. I was furious because he had the nerve to refer to himself as my daddy. "You were never my daddy, Peter. You don't even know what that means. Neither did I until I met Lucas and he showed me what a real daddy was. So get the hint, Peter. I don't want to talk to you. Go home to Simon and leave me alone." "Simon's gone, and it's your fault," he hissed out. "My fault? How is it my fault?" The man was insane if he thought I had anything to do with his relationship with Simon. "He went through my phone and saw all our texts." "Our texts? You mean the texts I don't answer, those texts?" "Whatever. Anyway, he followed me to your house on Wednesday." He smirked at Lucas in a smug way that tried to imply something had happened Wednesday. "And when I got home, he'd packed his bags and left." I glanced at Lucas, and the glare he gave me let me know how unhappy he was with me. I should have told him about Peter bothering me, but I really didn't think it was anything to worry about. I could tell Lucas didn't agree, but I also knew that he wasn't buying anything Peter was selling. He was mad, but not because he doubted me, and if I didn't already love him, his faith in me at that moment would have sealed the deal. "Shame he didn't wait around to realize you didn't stay," Lucas said. "Look, I don't know what game you're playing here, Peter, but Benjamin has made it clear he doesn't want anything to do with you. I was under the impression you had gotten that message," he said, shooting another glare in my direction. But obviously not. So let me make it clear. He is mine. Do you hear me? Ben is my boy, and you have no business texting him, calling him, and showing up at his house. You leave him alone. You feel me? Whatever, Peter said, stepping back, and I thought he was going to walk away, but once again he had to show just how stupid he was. He just couldn't resist trying to get in one parting shot. He wasn't a good enough lay to be worth this much trouble anyway. Lucas moved so fast Peter didn't even know what hit him. He wrapped one hand around his throat and pushed him against the wall. You don't talk to him that way. Do you hear me? I saw Peter as he visibly tried to swallow, but Lucas's grip on his neck was just tight enough to make it hard for him to do so. So you hear me, Lucas repeated, loosening his hand just enough for Peter to nod. Now, apologize. Peter glared at him, but didn't say a word. He tightened the grip again, and Peter's hand flew up, tugging on Lucas's wrist. Don't make me tell you again. He released him, and Peter slumped back against the wall. Their gazes locked. Peter sucked in a breath and then looked at me. Sorry, Ben. Just leave me alone, Peter, I said, and let Lucas lead me out of the club. Chapter 23. Benjamin. We got in the car, and I could tell Lucas was angry. I wasn't sure if I should say something or wait him out. I almost gave in and said something when he reached over and took my hand. We'll talk at the house. He pulled my hand up to his mouth and kissed the back of it. I nodded and slumped down in the seat. It was a short drive to his house, but neither of us said anything on the trip. When we arrived, we got out and went inside. The house was so quiet, and without thinking, I said, Seriously, you need to get a pet of some kind. He chuckled and stepped up behind me, wrapping his arms around me. I'm not happy with you, Sugar. You should have told me he was bothering you, that he showed up at your house. I know, Daddy, but I really didn't think he was a danger to me. I still don't. You don't think he is, but you don't know that for sure, do you? I shook my head. I didn't know Simon left him. I'm glad, though. I met him once. I ran into them when they were out to eat, and it seemed like he was a really sweet guy. I thought about telling him Peter was scum and that he hit on me all the time, but I knew Peter would just make me out to be the jealous ex-boyfriend and that he probably wouldn't believe me. I understand that, but still, I haven't given you many rules, Sugar, and this is definitely a violation of the most important one, the one that really matters to me. You remember what that is? Not to do things that put my safety at risk. Right. You should have told me he came by there, and that he left a note on my door at a different time. When he came by Wednesday wasn't the first time he had been by. I shook my head. I didn't see him that time. It was the night I worked late, and when I got home there was a note taped on the door. I just threw it away. I didn't think it really mattered. Anything else? That's it. I don't think he'll bother me anymore. Not after tonight. He won't if he's smart. But you should have told me right away. I know, Daddy. It won't happen again. I believe you, but we need to talk about your punishment. I bit my bottom lip and looked up at him. What is it? I asked. He'd warned me, but I hadn't broken any of the rules since, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Right now I was wishing spankings weren't off the table, because that wouldn't be so bad. Sugar, I thought about this all the way home. I think you need to call the boys and tell them you can't go to spa day tomorrow. No, Daddy, I don't want to miss it. I know, baby boy, and I want to know that you'll tell me anything that I need to know to make sure you're safe. Okay, I'll tell them now. I pulled out my phone and sent a message to our group text. Me. Guys, I can't go to spa day tomorrow. Brennan. Oh no, is everything okay? Me. Yes. Daddy says I can't go. Travis. Uh-oh. Me. I'll tell you all about it later. Brennan. I assume it has something to do with what happened on your way out? Me. Yeah. My ex had been bothering me, and I didn't tell Daddy. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Travis. We'll miss you. Okay, I told them. Good. Now that that's taken care of, let's talk about another issue. What issue is that, Daddy? I asked. I couldn't think of anything else I had done that broke the rules, so I had no idea what he was talking about. The fact that you've been teasing me all night in your cute little cropped top and short shorts, not to mention the way you sat on my lap all night wiggling your hot little ass against me. Did you think I would just let that go? I fought the grin that wanted to escape, and instead tried to look contrite, loving the direction this was going. It was like once I accepted my punishment and canceled my spa day, everything was done. I'd always heard that was the way it was supposed to work, but it had never worked that way with Peter. But I could tell that as far as Lucas was concerned, the matter was closed. I'm sorry, Daddy. I thought you liked it when I sat on your lap. Oh, I do like it, sugar. A little too much. But you know that, don't you? I think you need a spanking for torturing me all night. What do you think? I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't mean to make things hard on you, I teased, emphasizing hard. Lucas. Yes, you did. And you knew exactly what you were doing. Now come here. I watched his eyes as he came towards me. He looked a little hesitant, but a whole lot turned on. This was something different for us. While we had both enjoyed a few playful swats on his pert little ass during sex, I had never turned him over my lap for the sole purpose of turning his cheeks bright red with my hand, and I was looking forward to it. Take off your clothes and lay across my lap. He lifted his hoodie over his head, dropping it on the floor. Next, he slowly pushed his shorts down, and when I saw that he had nothing on under them, I moaned. Fuck, sugar. I should have realized it. As tight as those shorts were, there would have been no hiding anything underneath. But still, it was a good thing I hadn't thought about it earlier. Okay, lay across my lap. Aren't you going to take off your clothes too? You don't worry about me. Just do as you're told. He laid across my lap, and I spread my legs wider and adjusted them so that his cock hung loosely between my legs. He reached his hands out to the floor, holding his shoulders even with my legs. I rubbed my hands on his ass, smiling when he let out a little moan. You were very bad tonight, sugar, weren't you? It isn't nice to tease Daddy when we are in public, and I can't do anything about it, is it? He shook his head, and I chuckled, still rubbing his ass. That's not good enough, boy. Use your words. Were you good tonight? No, I wasn't, Daddy. I wasn't being good at all. Good boy, I said, bringing my hand down with a resounding pop on his left ass cheek. Ow, he cried, bringing one hand back to cover his butt. Put your hand back where it belongs, sugar, I growled. He jerked his hand away and put it back on the floor. There you go, I said, bringing down another smack on the other side. This time he just inhaled quickly, but he didn't move. I began to alternate sides, spreading my fingers just a bit to get that beautiful handprint that I wanted to see on his perfect ass. He whined and humped his hips, looking for some kind of friction, but I knew with the way I had him positioned he wouldn't find what he was looking for. Oh, fuck, Daddy. Please, I don't know what I need. Something. Don't you worry, sugar. Daddy knows what you need. I continued on until I had that beautiful bright red I wanted to see. Then I stopped and gently rubbed his ass to ease some of the sting. Come on, up with you. I reached down and pulled him up, flipping him over at the same time so that he was sitting on my lap with his bare ass hanging down between my legs. I knew the pain would fade pretty quickly, but I doubted he was ready to sit on it just yet. He let his head hang back, and his chest lifted and fell with his heaving breath. You did good, sugar. How do you feel? Good, he said. Then he lifted his head and shook it. No, that isn't true. I don't feel good. I feel needy and so very horny, Daddy. I want to feel you inside of me. I lifted him to his feet and reached down, unbuttoning my jeans and pushing them down my thighs. Boy, I have been hard since the moment I saw you tonight, so you won't get any argument from me. I reached into the drawer of the table at the end of the couch and pulled out the bottle of lube I had stashed there. Come here. I held out my hand to provide him balance as he straddled my lap. He planted both his hands on my shoulders, leaned down, and kissed me. He sat back, taking the bottle of lube out of my hand and drizzled it over my cock. Are you in a hurry, sugar? I teased. He didn't answer me. Instead, he lifted up on his knees, lined me up with his entrance, and then lowered himself onto me. Fuck yes, he moaned, his head falling back as he began to move, rocking himself on my cock. I slid my hands up his sides, brushing my thumbs over his nipples. His breath hitched as they pebbled under my touch. Damn, baby, I never get tired of how responsive you are to my touch. I trailed my hands back down his body, gripping him around his waist. I pulled him tight against me, taking control. I flipped us so that he was on his back on the couch with me on my knees between his legs. I didn't waste any time as I began to thrust in and out of him hard and deep. He reached down for his cock and began stroking himself hard and fast. Come on, baby. Come for Daddy. I was mesmerized by the sight of him. His eyes closed and his head thrown back while his body stiffened under me. He cried out as cum shot from his slit, coating his stomach and chest. My own release washed through me, causing my movements to stutter as I emptied myself into his channel. I lowered myself down and kissed him long and slow as the last of the tremors moved through me. I think I need a shower, he said, running his hands up and down my back. You and me both, sugar. You and me both. Chapter 24. Benjamin. The next Thursday for boys' night, we went to a local bar where they had great craft beers and fabulous music. I was still disappointed that I had to miss our spa day, but we had planned another one in just a couple of weeks. We found a table that was pretty close to the stage and had a few beers when I noticed a familiar face sitting alone at the bar. Oh, wow, I said. See that guy sitting alone at the far end? The pretty one in the red shirt? Travis asked. He looks sad, Brennan added. Or maybe lonely, which is a lot the same. That's Simon, I said. The boy your ex replaced you with? Travis asked, and Brennan shot him a look. What? Travis said, that's how he described him. It's okay, I assured Brennan. They aren't together anymore, and he just looks a little lost to me. I think I'll go talk to him. I got up and walked over to the bar, taking a seat next to him. He turned and looked to see who had sat next to him, and his eyes grew wide when he saw me. Hey, Simon, I said, making sure to sound welcoming. Hi. How are you doing? He looked at me for a minute like he was trying to decide what to say. I guess dealing with the elephant in the room seemed like the best option, because he said, I didn't know, that you two were together when we met. I didn't think you did. It was crazy. I had read about men who were daddies, and the idea of being with someone who wanted to take care of me was so appealing. But Peter isn't a real daddy, I insisted. Or not a good one, anyway. I know. I figured that out pretty quickly. But it was like, one day I was thinking I'd found this great guy who was everything I didn't know I wanted, and the next he moved into my apartment. By the time I realized he wasn't what I wanted, he was living there. That's why I started spending so much time at my parents' place in Waco. I'm really sorry he turned out to be such a jerk, for both of us. I really was. If Rich hadn't kept pushing me to try again, and I hadn't met Lucas, I might have thought that was just the way daddies were. Me too. My friends all call him Peter the Peckerhead, if that helps. He chuckled. It kind of does. Are you meeting anyone here tonight? No, after that mess, I'm taking a break from men. My brother is in the band, actually. That's why I'm here. Why don't you join us? Really? Sure. Those are my friends, Travis and Brennan. I mean, if you don't think they'll mind. Not at all. Come on. I knew the guys would not only be okay with it, but that having friends like them around was exactly what Simon needed right now. From the first time I'd seen him, I'd realized he was way too sweet to be with Peter, but after finding out that he'd stood his ground and kicked him out when he found out he was a cheater, I saw him in a new light. He might be sweet, but he was strong. I introduced him all around, and he pointed out his brother who played the guitar in the band. Before long, Travis got a text from Max asking if he needed to come pick us up. He told him no, that he hadn't had but a couple of beers the whole night and would be able to get us all home safely. Daddy is a worrier, he explained to Simon. They all are, Brennan said, and I nodded my agreement. That must be nice, Simon said. But I think I'll go for someone less, I don't know, bossy next time. They aren't really bossy, I said, trying to think of the word to describe our little group of daddies, when Travis's phone pinged. Ryder's going to drop Daddy off to drive us home. He says better safe than sorry, and then I can enjoy my night. I laughed. Okay, maybe they are a little bossy. A little, Travis agreed. But that just means I can have another beer. Lucas. Don't ask me how I got to 35 years old and had never been to meet a man's family before, but this was my first time. I knew Ben and his mom were close, and I'd been in the room on more than one occasion when they talked, but I hadn't met her in person before now. It seems that shortly after Ben's father passed away, she'd joined a travel group for widows, and she was gone a lot. Most recently, they'd gone on a bus trip to see the fall leaves and had just gotten back, and she insisted that we had to come to her house for dinner on Sunday now that she was home. She's really excited to meet you in person. She's been a fan ever since you offered to refund the money for the exhaust system on my father's motorcycle. She seems to think that makes you a nice guy. I am a nice guy, but that was just what anyone would have done in that situation. Maybe, maybe not, but either way, she's a fan. I keep thinking about how John and Tina bought your parents' place, and I wonder if I should offer to do that for my mom. She mentioned a while back that she thought about selling. I think it's a lot of house for her with my father gone, and she's basically never there. My lease is up at the end of the year, so I could buy it from her. Do you want to live in the house? I think it's great that Tina and John wanted to, but I had no urge to move back to my old neighborhood. Not really. I just think she would feel better about it if it wasn't going to a stranger. If you're thinking about moving when your lease is up, you could move in with me, you know. I'd been thinking about it for a while. I hated the nights he wasn't with me, and I didn't see any reason to wait. He was it for me. Did you seriously just ask me to move in with you on the way to my mother's for Sunday dinner? Yeah, I guess I did. I pulled into a parking lot and stopped the car. Then I turned to face him. Benjamin Harper, I love you, and I would love it if you would do me the honor of moving in with me. I miss you when you're gone, sugar. He laughed and leaned over to kiss me. That may win the award for the least romantic first I love you in history, Daddy. What was I supposed to do? Have some skywriter spell it out in the sky, or show up outside your window and sing you a song? Nope. I'll take the parking lot of Trader Joe's. It's perfect. I love you too, Daddy. And yes, I'll move in with you. Okay. Let's go have dinner with your mother, I said, pulling back out on the road. He wasn't wrong. It wasn't exactly the most romantic way I could have done that, but I'd make it up to him somehow. What mattered was the smile on his face, and that he'd said he would move in with me where he belonged. Benjamin. I couldn't believe he asked me to move in with him. That somehow seemed like a bigger deal than the I love you. I thought about that on the way to my mom's house and decided it was because I had already known it. He showed me that he loved me every day in so many ways, and for me, the words themselves, while nice to hear, didn't matter as much to me as the other things did. The way his voice got super soft when he told me good night on our evening calls, the annoying way he harassed me about eating healthier, the gentle way he touched me all the time that I don't even think he was aware of, like when he would walk by me in the kitchen or on our way from the car into places. I had never felt as cherished and loved in my life as I did with this man. We pulled in the drive, and he parked the car. He leaned over and gave me a kiss. I'm glad you said you would move in with me, but I'll follow your lead on what to say to your mother. She'll be thrilled, trust me. Lucas. I took his hand and we went to the door. He pushed it open and called out, Mom, we're here. Well, come on back. I made meatloaf. It's my favorite, he said. We went down the hallway through a small dining room and into the kitchen. You two are just in time. Ben, can you set the table? She was taking something out of the oven that smelled fabulous. She set it down on the stovetop and then turned to me. You must be Lucas. Yes, ma'am, I replied. None of that. My name is Josephine, but everyone calls me Josie. She didn't look anything like I had expected. She was even shorter than Ben, with long hair that she wore in a braid. I could see that it was the same color brown as Ben's, but was starting to gray. She had on a long, colorful shirt, a pair of tights, and no shoes. Her toenails were painted an array of bright colors that somehow seemed to match her personality, and I found that I liked her instantly. And while it may have been true that she hadn't been what I expected, the woman in front of me seemed to fit somehow with my memories of Ben's father. This was the kind of woman who would turn her grief into a way to celebrate life. Can I do anything to help? I asked. No, Lucas, not a thing. Just take a seat at the table. I'll have the food there in a second. Ben helped her to serve, and then they took their seats. One bite of the meatloaf, and I got why it was his favorite. This is delicious, Josie, I said once I had cleaned my plate. Thank you. I promised Ben the recipe, so maybe he'll make it for you sometime soon. I'll give it my best shot once I've moved in, he said. Oh, are you two moving in together? She asked. We are. My lease is up at the end of the year. Well, good for you two. I'm still trying to decide what I want to do with this house. It's a lot to keep up with your father gone. Besides, you know that yard work and stuff was never my thing. My friend Verna and I were thinking we could go in together and buy a condo. I think that's a great idea, Ben said. You and Aunt Vern always joked that you were going to do something like that anyway. We did. And I can get enough from the sale of this house to pay cash for my part of the condo and add to the tidy little nest egg your father's insurance provided. We made plans for the holidays while we were there, and Josie seemed really excited about spending it with us at my brother's home. She said it had always just been them, and it would be fun to experience a big family get-together. When it was time to go, Josie hugged us both and promised to keep us updated on her moving plans. She's really nice, I said once we were back in the car. She is. I'm sorry that my father didn't get to travel with her like they had planned, but I'm glad that she seems to be doing well. The first few months were really rough, but she found a support group that's really helped. I'm glad to hear that, because she seems like a special lady. Chapter 25. Lucas. Ben, you're never going to believe what happened today. Me. What's that? I'll tell you about it tonight, but I'm going to be late. Is this something a good something or a bad something? A good something, although it might mean I have to work late some for the next couple weeks. Well, if it's good, I can't wait to hear it. You can tell me all about it tonight. And if you're late, that's okay. I'll be waiting. I stopped and picked up pizza on the way home. I figured it would heat up well if he was late, but when I got there, he was already waiting. I went into the house, and he was sitting at the table with a bunch of papers spread out. I was afraid you would be late, so I grabbed pizza. Deep dish with mushrooms and sausage? He asked hopefully. Of course. Great, I'm starved. Let me clean all this up and we can eat. It looks like you're in the middle of something. Why don't we eat on the couch and you can tell me all about this? I motioned at the table. That would be great. I'll grab the drinks. We got settled on the couch with our food. What's this good thing that happened? I mean, it doesn't start off as good. He took a bite of his pizza and sighed. Damn, this is great pizza. Anyway, Remember the plans we submitted last month for the new art center? I nodded, since I had just taken my own monster-sized bite of gooey, cheesy goodness. We got word this morning that after weeks of thinking everything was fine, the committee had rejected our proposal. Well, shit, that doesn't sound good. Nope, but wait until you hear why. One of their major donors wasn't happy with the project because they wanted one that would leave less of an ecological footprint. Without his contribution, they can't move forward with the project. Wow, he must have been contributing a huge amount, I said, and he nodded. Huge. Anyway, one of our firm's leads on the project managed to save it for us. And are you ready for how? He was so excited I could guess where this was going, but I wasn't going to say so and steal his chance to say it. How? They told them about all of my ideas. You know, the ones that they shot down during the original planning stages. They told them how I studied sustainable design and pitched it as a great project for that program I told you about, the one that I have to work on to become certified. The donor is thrilled. The firm is thrilled. I'm fucking thrilled. So now I get to be one of the leads, and they're actually going to use my ideas. That is awesome, Sugar. You should have told me on the phone earlier. We could have gone out to celebrate. Pizza and cuddling with you on the couch is all the celebrating I need, Daddy. Maybe so, but this weekend I'll take you out for dinner. What do you think, just us, or should we ask the guys? Let's make it just us this time. I still don't know what it means for me at this firm, you know. They're focusing so much on commercial buildings, and I really want to work on houses. Right, but this is a good step for you because it'll let you get certified, and it'll also really help build your portfolio. I know. I'm so excited. I'm proud of you, Sugar. Thank you, Daddy. Now, how about we pick a movie and we can continue our celebration? Benjamin. I'd barely spent a single night at my house since the day Daddy asked me to move in with him. I still had a month left on my lease, though, so there wasn't a huge rush to get things moved over there. Instead, I'd taken things over a little at a time, finding places for my stuff amongst his, and over the last couple of weeks, his place had started to feel like ours. This morning I was over here to grab another load while he finished up on something at the shop. He said he only needed a couple of hours today, so we were going to lunch when he was done. I packed up some books and a couple of tchotchkes that I already knew where I was going to put. He had the most amazing built-in shelves in his living room that he didn't have hardly anything on. I placed the boxes in the back seat of my car and headed home. To my surprise, when I got there, Daddy's car was sitting in the driveway. Not only did he normally park in the garage, but I hadn't spent but a couple hours at the other house, so I hadn't expected him this early. I went in the front door and called out to him. Daddy, are you home? He poked his head into the kitchen from the door that led to the garage. I am. Come out here. I have something to show you. Okay, I have boxes in the car. I brought my books to fill the shelves in the living room. Sounds good, Sugar. Come see this, and then I'll help you bring them in. I gave him a quick hello kiss, and then moved past him into the garage. There was the covered shape of what was obviously a motorcycle, sitting in the middle of the spot where his car usually sat. Is that it? I asked, breathlessly. He'd been working on my motorcycle in his spare time at the shop, but because he insisted on leaving on time and spending his weekends mostly with me, it had been slow coming. I had assured him there was no rush, and I still didn't know what I was going to do with it. But honestly, I was super excited to see what it looked like. It is. Are you ready to see it? I am. Especially since you haven't let me see it at all ever since I told you to do whatever you wanted. I just hope you like it, he said, walking over and placing his hand on the cover. Then he pulled, and the cover came off, revealing something that brought tears to my eyes. I walked slowly to it, taking in every detail. He had replaced the seat with a new black leather one, and he'd replaced the original exhaust system with the one my father had custom ordered. But that wasn't the most amazing part. On the sides of the tank, he'd painted the most elaborate chess pieces. There was a smoky-looking chessboard in the background, but it was done in a way that the pieces were what stood out. I'd told him once that my father loved the night, and that was the piece that stood prominent. a strong horse with a flowing mane. And as if that weren't enough, on the bottom, underneath the artwork, it said, "In memory of Kevin Elton Harper," with the date of his death. I stood there with tears streaming down my face, trying to find the words for how I felt. "Daddy, this is so beautiful. He would have loved it." I wanted to do something to help you remember him. It was obvious he loved this motorcycle, but it was just as obvious he loved you. I think I would be too scared to ride it. What if I wreck it and mess it up? First of all, you know how to drive a motorcycle now, so you'll be fine. But if not, and something happened to it, I would just fix it back up for you. Fixing motorcycles and loving you. That's what I do, he said. And you do both so well. Chapter 26. Lucas. We were putting the finishing touches on this motorcycle, and then Craig and Stan were going to load it up and take it all the way to Virginia. We didn't normally deliver the motorcycles, but since the shop would be closed for a week to allow Ryder to make the changes Ben had drawn up for us, and the customer had offered to pay extra, it worked out perfectly. "You know, boss," Stan said, "we should offer this as a normal part of our service. I bet we could get even more builds from all around the country if we offered to deliver them." "Possibly," I said. "Once the renovation is complete and we have the room to bring on a second crew, it might be worth considering. As of right now, we really can't afford to lose a week on the end of a build, but it's something to consider down the line, though." I looked over the motorcycle one more time and nodded in approval. "You guys nailed this one. This is exactly what the customer wanted. I wish I could be there with you when you deliver it." This was the first bike I had let them handle from start to finish, and it was perfect. I would be lying if I said I didn't sneak a peek a few times to make sure they were doing okay, but other than offering advice when they asked, I'd stayed hands off, and the job they did was impressive. "Okay, we're going to get it loaded up now, so it will be out of the way for the construction crew. We'll get on the road first thing Monday morning," Craig said. "Did you figure out what you're going to do with yourself for a week? I don't think you've ever taken so much time off." "I know. And doesn't it just figure the one time I do, Ben is knee-deep in work, so he can't take time off with me. But Ryder made me promise to stay away and let them work. I'll find something to do, but I'll be here bright and early Monday morning to see you guys off." We finished everything up, and I stopped to pick up dinner on my way home. The art center project was nearly finished, so Ben's hours had been erratic lately, but he'd sent me a text to let me know he wouldn't be late tonight. I was so proud of him. It hadn't taken long for his company to realize that for them to complete this project to the customer's satisfaction, it was going to have to be completely redone, and Ben was their guy. Not only was he the lead on the project, but he was also the point of contact. He'd managed to get the building registered as a lead project, which would meet the requirements for him to get the certification he wanted. I took the food inside and set it down. Milo, the black tuxedo cat that Ben had insisted on getting, hopped up on the counter beside the food, nudging it with his nose. "This is not for you, brat, and you don't belong on the counter." I scooped him up and put him back down on the floor. He gave me a haughty, "How dare you" look and pranced off. I watched him as he made his way across the living room to his window seat and smiled. The cat wasn't the only change. A small table with 2 chairs sat in the corner, where Ben's father's chess set was proudly displayed. I was hopelessly bad at the game, but we still left it set up. My once almost empty shelves now held all kinds of books and knickknacks that added a touch of personality to the room that had been sorely lacking. I'd been really proud of my house when I bought it, but I hadn't taken the time to make it home until Ben. He brought life to it in a way I never had. Tomorrow we were having our friends over for what Brennan was calling a housewarming party. The guys had been here when it was my turn to host poker night, but other than that I'd never really given much thought to having everyone over. But Ben was excited about it, and that was all that mattered to me. Benjamin. "Daddy, do you think I should shut Milo up in the bedroom?" He was stretched out in his window seat looking all chill, but he had never been around a bunch of people, and I was worried he would be scared. When we'd first brought him home from the shelter a few weeks ago, he'd hidden behind the couch for days, but now you would think he had always lived here. The last thing I wanted to do was make him afraid. I reached over and scratched his ears, and he leaned into my touch. It hadn't taken Lucas long to realize that my constant insistence he needed a cat actually meant I wanted one. I'd never had pets growing up, and Milo had been the perfect moving-in present for me. "I think he'll be fine, sugar, but if it'll make you feel better, we can put him in the bedroom. I'm sure he would enjoy an afternoon sprawled out on our bed." "Okay, let's do that, just because so many people are coming. If it was just going to be a couple, it would be good for him to get used to people," I said, picking up the cat and taking him to our bedroom. I placed him on the bed, and he stretched in that way that cats do, and then curled up in a ball to sleep. "I'll come and check on you in a bit, I promise," I told him, shutting the door behind me just as the doorbell rang. I checked the time on my phone. It was still early for everyone to be arriving, so it must be Brennan. He had insisted on bringing the food because, according to him, no one should have to cook food for their own housewarming party. I was pretty sure it had more to do with the fact that he knew neither of us were cooks, and we would just go and buy everything pre-made than any rule about not cooking for your own party. But I wasn't going to argue with him. I rushed down the hall in time to see Lucas helping Brennan carry in enough food to feed an army, with Ryder right behind him with even more. "Brennan, there won't be that many people coming." I followed them to the kitchen and helped take things out of the bags. "Not true. It will be us," counting off 4 people with his fingers. "Max and Travis, 2 more. Cooper, Owen, John and Tina, and Simon." He held up his hands. "See, I'm out of fingers, and that doesn't even include Rich, Michael, or your mom and Aunt Vern." "Okay, you're right." I turned and hugged him. "Thank you for doing this." "It is my pleasure. Now the stuff in that bag needs to go in the fridge until we're ready to eat." By the time people started arriving, Brennan had turned our patio into something that looked welcoming and smelled like heaven. He'd even put lights up on my new shed that had been delivered last week. Ryder and Lucas had the grill fired up and were cooking the meat that Brennan had marinated, and the new fire pit we'd bought last week was being put to good use. A few people brought gifts, even though we'd said they weren't necessary, but none were as special as what was in the bag my mom handed me right after she arrived. "You really didn't need to bring anything," I insisted, opening the bag so I could see inside. I glanced up at her. "Is that?" "It is. I know we couldn't find it when we looked, but that was because I was thinking it was up in the attic. I forgot he'd moved it to the garage. Anyway, here they are." I reached in and pulled a hard object that had been wrapped in paper. Then I carefully unwrapped it to find the engine of my father's train. One by one, I unwrapped each piece, setting them on the counter. "Thank you, Mom," I said, pulling her into a hug. "You're welcome, Ben. Do you have any idea what you're going to do with them?" "I do. Do you want to come see? It isn't anywhere near complete, but I can show you." She followed me out the door into the shed. I pushed open the door, making a ta-da motion. "Oh, look at this. How fun," she said, looking at the beginning of what was going to be my town. "Lucas is helping me, but we're just getting it started." In one corner was a large platform we'd built and painted a solid brown. I'd mapped out the town, but hadn't built anything yet. The opposite wall was covered in shelving that contained materials both for me to use to create the buildings, but also things like moss and rocks and other scenery items. There was also a large table on one wall that was set up as a workbench for me to use to actually build stuff. We don't have a track yet for the train, since we thought it was lost, but now that you found it, I can get that part all done. "This is marvelous, Benjamin. I can't wait to come and see it when you get more done on it." "It's time to eat," Simon called out. He'd started joining us on our Thursday boys' nights. I was so glad he'd seen the truth of who Peter was and kicked him to the curb. "Oh, I need to go check on Brennan and see if I can help with anything. Thanks for bringing the train." I gave her a quick hug on my way by and hurried to the kitchen, where Brennan had everything under control and didn't need me at all. "Here," he said, handing me a glass of sangria. "All you need to do is enjoy yourself. That's what this is all about. The people who love you, celebrating you and Lucas starting your life together." "I second that," Simon said. "You deserve to be happy, Ben. I'm so glad you and Lucas found each other. He had become a good friend over the last month, and I knew he meant every word. But I also knew there was still a sadness about him that made me want to punch Peter the Peckerhead in the face for being such a douche to such a sweet boy. I heard a loud ruckus coming from the backyard and stepped out just in time to see Cooper and Lucas do a victory dance because Cooper's bag had gone in, scoring the winning points for the cornhole game they'd been playing. Lucas saw me standing there watching them. He chuckled, saying something to the guys, and then walked over to me. "How are you doing, sugar?" he asked, slipping his arm around me. "I'm good, Daddy," I said quietly enough that only he could hear me. "I'm really good. Did you see that my mother found the train?" "I did. We'll have to get the track set up before you start building the town." He leaned over and kissed my temple. "Are you ready to eat?" "I am. I'll be right there." I paused for a minute, looking out at all our family and friends here to show their support for this new chapter of our lives. Everything was perfect. I liked to think my pop had had a hand in it, that by ordering that exhaust system when he did, he had set things in motion to ensure Lucas and I would find each other. He had always been a planner and was strategic like that. That was why he'd always been so hard to beat at chess. I glanced over at the chess set in the window, and then back out at Lucas. He looked up at me and smiled, and I shook my head. Well played, Pop, I thought. Well played. This concludes Lucas by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2021 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. How about we pick a movie and we can continue our celebration? Benjamin. I'd barely spent a single night at my house since the day Daddy asked me to move in with him. I still had a month left on my lease, though, so there wasn't a huge rush to get things moved over there. Instead, I'd taken things over a little at a time, finding places for my stuff amongst his, and over the last couple of weeks, his place had started to feel like ours. This morning, I was over here to grab another load while he finished up on something at the shop. He said he only needed a couple of hours today, so we were going to lunch when he was done. I packed up some books and a couple of tchotchkes that I already knew where I was going to put. He had the most amazing built-in shelves in his living room that he didn't have hardly anything on. I placed the boxes in the back seat of my car and headed home. To my surprise, when I got there, Daddy's car was sitting in the driveway. Not only did he normally park in the garage, but I hadn't spent but a couple hours at the other house, so I hadn't expected him this early. I went in the front door and called out to him. "Daddy, are you home?" He poked his head into the kitchen from the door that led to the garage. "I am. Come out here. I have something to show you." "Okay, I have boxes in the car. I brought my books to fill the shelves in the living room." "Sounds good, sugar. Come see this, and then I'll help you bring them in." I gave him a quick hello kiss, and then moved past him into the garage. There was the covered shape of what was obviously a motorcycle, sitting in the middle of the spot where his car usually sat. "Is that it?" I asked, breathlessly. He'd been working on my motorcycle in his spare time at the shop, but because he insisted on leaving on time and spending his weekends mostly with me, it had been slow coming. I had assured him there was no rush, and I still didn't know what I was going to do with it. But honestly, I was super excited to see what it looked like. "It is. Are you ready to see it?" "I am. Especially since you haven't let me see it at all ever since I told you to do whatever you wanted." "I just hope you like it," he said, walking over and placing his hand on the cover. Then he pulled, and the cover came off, revealing something that brought tears to my eyes. I walked slowly to it, taking in every detail. He had replaced the seat with a new black leather one, and he'd replaced the original exhaust system with the one my father had custom ordered. But that wasn't the most amazing part. On the sides of the tank, he'd painted the most elaborate chess pieces. There was a smoky-looking chessboard in the background, but it was done in a way that the pieces were what stood out. I'd told him once that my father loved the knight, and that was the piece that stood prominent, a strong horse with a flowing mane. And as if that weren't enough, on the bottom, underneath the artwork, it said, "In memory of Kevin Elton Harper," with the date of his death. I stood there with tears streaming down my face, trying to find the words for how I felt. "Daddy, this is so beautiful. He would have loved it." I wanted to do something to help you remember him. It was obvious he loved this motorcycle, but it was just as obvious he loved you. "I think I would be too scared to ride it. What if I wreck it and mess it up?" "First of all, you know how to drive a motorcycle now, so you'll be fine. But if not, and something happened to it, I would just fix it back up for you. Fixing motorcycles and loving you. That's what I do," he said. "And you do both so well." Chapter 26. Lucas. We were putting the finishing touches on this motorcycle, and then Craig and Stan were going to load it up and take it all the way to Virginia. We didn't normally deliver the motorcycles, but since the shop would be closed for a week to allow Ryder to make the changes Ben had drawn up for us, and the customer had offered to pay extra, it worked out perfectly. "You know, boss," Stan said, "we should offer this as a normal part of our service. I bet we could get even more builds from all around the country if we offered to deliver them." "Possibly," I said. "Once the renovation is complete and we have the room to bring on a second crew, it might be worth considering. As of right now, we really can't afford to lose a week on the end of a build, but it's something to consider down the line, though." I looked over the motorcycle one more time and nodded in approval. "You guys nailed this one. This is exactly what the customer wanted. I wish I could be there with you when you deliver it." This was the first bike I'd let them handle from start to finish, and it was perfect. I would be lying if I said I didn't sneak a peek a few times to make sure they were doing okay. But other than offering advice when they asked, I'd stayed hands off, and the job they did was impressive. Okay, we're going to get it loaded up now, so it will be out of the way for the construction crew. We'll get on the road first thing Monday morning, Craig said. Did you figure out what you're going to do with yourself for a week? I don't think you've ever taken so much time off. I know. And doesn't it just figure the one time I do, Ben is knee-deep in work, so he can't take time off with me. But Ryder made me promise to stay away and let them work. I'll find something to do, but I'll be here bright and early Monday morning to see you guys off. We finished everything up, and I stopped to pick up dinner on my way home. The art center project was nearly finished, so Ben's hours had been erratic lately, but he'd sent me a text to let me know he wouldn't be late tonight. I was so proud of him. It hadn't taken long for his company to realize that for them to complete this project to the customer's satisfaction, it was going to have to be completely redone, and Ben was their guy. Not only was he the lead on the project, but he was also the point of contact. He'd managed to get the building registered as a lead project, which would meet the requirements for him to get the certification he wanted. I took the food inside and set it down. Milo, the black tuxedo cat that Ben had insisted on getting, hopped up on the counter beside the food, nudging it with his nose. This is not for you, brat, and you don't belong on the counter. I scooped him up and put him back down on the floor. He gave me a haughty, how dare you look, and pranced off. I watched him as he made his way across the living room to his window seat and smiled. The cat wasn't the only change. A small table with 2 chairs sat in the corner, where Ben's father's chess set was proudly displayed. I was hopelessly bad at the game, but we still left it set up. My once almost empty shelves now held all kinds of books and knickknacks that added a touch of personality to the room that had been sorely lacking. I'd been really proud of my house when I bought it, but I hadn't taken the time to make it home until Ben. He brought life to it in a way I never had. Tomorrow we were having our friends over for what Brennan was calling a housewarming party. The guys had been here when it was my turn to host poker night, but other than that I'd never really given much thought to having everyone over. But Ben was excited about it, and that was all that mattered to me. Benjamin. Daddy, do you think I should shut Milo up in the bedroom? He was stretched out in his window seat looking all chill, but he had never been around a bunch of people, and I was worried he would be scared. When we'd first brought him home from the shelter a few weeks ago, he'd hidden behind the couch for days, but now you would think he had always lived here. The last thing I wanted to do was make him afraid. I reached over and scratched his ears, and he leaned into my touch. It hadn't taken Lucas long to realize that my constant insistence he needed a cat actually meant I wanted one. I'd never had pets growing up, and Milo had been the perfect moving-in present for me. I think he'll be fine, sugar, but if it'll make you feel better, we can put him in the bedroom. I'm sure he would enjoy an afternoon sprawled out on our bed. Okay, let's do that, just because so many people are coming. If it was just going to be a couple, it would be good for him to get used to people, I said, picking up the cat and taking him to our bedroom. I placed him on the bed, and he stretched in that way that cats do, and then curled up in a ball to sleep. I'll come and check on you in a bit, I promise, I told him, shutting the door behind me just as the doorbell rang. I checked the time on my phone. It was still early for everyone to be arriving, so it must be Brennan. He had insisted on bringing the food because, according to him, no one should have to cook food for their own housewarming party. I was pretty sure it had more to do with the fact that he knew neither of us were cooks, and we would just go and buy everything pre-made than any rule about not cooking for your own party. But I wasn't going to argue with him. I rushed down the hall in time to see Lucas helping Brennan carry in enough food to feed an army, with Ryder right behind him with even more. Brennan, there won't be that many people coming. I followed them to the kitchen and helped take things out of the bags. Not true. It will be us, counting off 4 people with his fingers. Max and Travis, 2 more. Cooper, Owen, John and Tina, and Simon. He held up his hands. See, I'm out of fingers, and that doesn't even include Rich, Michael, or your mom and Aunt Vern. Okay, you're right. I turned and hugged him. Thank you for doing this. It is my pleasure. Now the stuff in that bag needs to go in the fridge until we're ready to eat. By the time people started arriving, Brennan had turned our patio into something that looked welcoming and smelled like heaven. He'd even put lights up on my new shed that had been delivered last week. Ryder and Lucas had the grill fired up and were cooking the meat that Brennan had marinated, and the new fire pit we'd bought last week was being put to good use. A few people brought gifts, even though we'd said they weren't necessary, but none were as special as what was in the bag my mom handed me right after she arrived. "You really didn't need to bring anything," I insisted, opening the bag so I could see inside. I glanced up at her. "Is that?" "It is. I know we couldn't find it when we looked, but that was because I was thinking it was up in the attic. I forgot he'd moved it to the garage. Anyway, here they are." I reached in and pulled a hard object that had been wrapped in paper. Then I carefully unwrapped it to find the engine of my father's train. One by one, I unwrapped each piece, setting them on the counter. "Thank you, Mom," I said, pulling her into a hug. "You're welcome, Ben. Do you have any idea what you're going to do with them?" "I do. Do you want to come see? It isn't anywhere near complete, but I can show you." She followed me out the door into the shed. I pushed open the door, making a ta-da motion. "Oh, look at this. How fun," she said, looking at the beginning of what was going to be my town. "Lucas is helping me, but we're just getting it started." In one corner was a large platform we'd built and painted a solid brown. I'd mapped out the town, but hadn't built anything yet. The opposite wall was covered in shelving that contained materials both for me to use to create the buildings, but also things like moss and rocks and other scenery items. There was also a large table on one wall that was set up as a workbench for me to use to actually build stuff. We don't have a track yet for the train, since we thought it was lost, but now that you found it, I can get that part all done. "This is marvelous, Benjamin. I can't wait to come and see it when you get more done on it." "It's time to eat," Simon called out. He'd started joining us on our Thursday boys' nights. I was so glad he'd seen the truth of who Peter was and kicked him to the curb. "Oh, I need to go check on Brennan and see if I can help with anything. Thanks for bringing the train." I gave her a quick hug on my way by and hurried to the kitchen, where Brennan had everything under control and didn't need me at all. "Here," he said, handing me a glass of sangria. "All you need to do is enjoy yourself. That's what this is all about. The people who love you, celebrating you and Lucas starting your life together." "I second that," Simon said. "You deserve to be happy, Ben. I'm so glad you and Lucas found each other." He had become a good friend over the last month, and I knew he meant every word. But I also knew there was still a sadness about him that made me want to punch Peter the Peckerhead in the face for being such a douche to such a sweet boy. I heard a loud ruckus coming from the backyard and stepped out just in time to see Cooper and Lucas do a victory dance because Cooper's bag had gone in, scoring the winning points for the cornhole game they'd been playing. Lucas saw me standing there watching them. He chuckled, saying something to the guys, and then walked over to me. "How are you doing, sugar?" he asked, slipping his arm around me. "I'm good, Daddy," I said quietly enough that only he could hear me. "I'm really good. Did you see that my mother found the train?" "I did. We'll have to get the track set up before you start building the town." He leaned over and kissed my temple. "Are you ready to eat?" "I am. I'll be right there." I paused for a minute, looking out at all our family and friends here to show their support for this new chapter of our lives. Everything was perfect. I liked to think my pop had had a hand in it, that by ordering that exhaust system when he did, he had set things in motion to ensure Lucas and I would find each other. He had always been a planner and was strategic like that. That was why he'd always been so hard to beat at chess. I glanced over at the chess set in the window, and then back out at Lucas. He looked up at me and smiled, and I shook my head. Well played, Pop, I thought. Well played. This concludes Lucas by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2021 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.